back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
What up, friends? I know the ads are still playing. We're just gonna get into it tonight, basically. But as soon as they're done, we'll get rocking. All right, all right, we'll see if this works. No, it is not working. All right, we're manually doing it today. I normally have like a Spotify integration I have with my Stream Deck to control the music volume, but I think we're just gonna have to manually do it today. Does this work? Hey, I can at least pause the music if I need to. Okay, that works. Oh well, whatever, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. It's just an extra step until I get it fixed. It's fine. 'Tis the least of my worries. But yes, we are doing an extra stream today because we are doing the multiplayers with Mr. Chinggis. Queen, thank you for the biddies. Zari, thank you for the 21 months. Banji, thank you for the 16. And thank you for the 20. Luna, thank you for the 22. Oh my god. I'll randomly hit the buttons and see if it works. It doesn't right now. He's ready whenever you are. Let's go. Like I said, man, we're rocking. We're just getting right into it today. All right. I have yet to have a chance to play this update with multiplayer, so this will be good. Oh, my nose. Allergies are attacking. Are there drops? No. No, they never said there was any drops for this one. No. Metroid, thank you for the biddies. Morgan, thank you for the 35 months. Friend, how are you? Currently my leg elevated. Slipped this morning. Oh no. And your knee hates you. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope your knee feels better, Juju. God, that's the worst. Okay, I mean there's worse than that, but that sucks a lot though. I'm sorry. Okay. Let us get into the games with Mr. Chinggis. Yes, I believe he's waiting for us, so we are going to go ahead and get rocking. No point in waiting. Did you see the locked charm in the shop? No, I did not. Give me a second and I'll go take a look. Do you think they plan on adding any equipment ever? I'd say probably. I don't know what they would add, but I've got a good feeling that they would add something. Yeah, whatever it may be. Gamer, thank you for the subs, dude. Thank you so much. Hold on. You said you saw a locked... Oh. Participate in the Phasmophobia 6th anniversary Twitch drops campaign. When does that happen? I have a feeling this wasn't supposed to be here. Uh-oh. Was this an oopsie? Was this an oopsie? Whoopsie doodles. Well, okay, what was the date of the 5th anniversary? September 15th? Interesting. I wonder if we were supposed to be able to see this. I think, oh man, we shouldn't have been able to click on it. I like the idea of teasing it, having it here, but make it so we can't click on it and all we can do is assume. Right? But all right, I guess that's there. Anywho. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ay. I'm about to go check my activity. That's weird. All right, let's go. Anything else new? I don't think so. Oh God. Okay. Well, I didn't want to look at it anyway. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing here. No, just the locked charm. Now we're just peeking to see if there's anything else that maybe we're not supposed to be able to see. No, that looks like it's it. Yeah, that looks like it's it. Uptown, thank you for the 76 months, man. Thank you so much. All right, let's join Mr. Chingus. Make sure everything's running schmoove, which I think it is. Join. It is Tuesday. Yeah, we're doing a bonus stream. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm glad I showered. But I did have cabbage with dinner, so I would be careful.
Hello, sir. I guess I could change my card, huh? I've been leaving it there. Yeah. That's not the card.
Hello, Mr. FlashForce. How are you this evening, sir?
I'm doing ever so swell. How are you?
I'm doing very, very awesome now that I'm here and that we have a FlashForce with us. I have a request, sir. I have a request.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna go into a custom with the monkey paw with 0 sanity, and we're gonna die and then wish the other one alive so we can both
get
see
the
the
views.
stuff. Yeah, we got to get the views.
Yes, sir.
We got to do the thing. Okay. All right.
Give me a sec. I'm trying to mess with something. Hey, somebody
yeah. Take your time. I've got to set this up anyway.
Somebody had pointed out something to me that I didn't realize we could see right now.
Oh?
Did you see the locked charm by chance?
I haven't seen anything, sir. I booted the game and got the lobby going, and I've been arguing back and forth with my chat about pound cake versus bread pudding.
Oh.
No. You don't argue about cabbage. Weirdo.
What is there possibly to argue about?
Cabbage.
What do you even need to say? Uptown, thank you so much.
No, let me look real quick. Hold on.
Coach just said, I enjoy Faz again.
I know, she rated over it. I was just like, are you serious? You played Faz on a day that Flash and I are together, and you couldn't fucking wait a couple hours to join us?
Right.
I was giving her crap about it.
Missed the heated debate. I'll go back and watch. It'll be fine. Well, let me know when you get over to the charms area, whenever you're done setting that thing up.
Charms.
Yeah.
Let's do charms.
So go to the
charms.
ID card. Look at the locked one.
Oh, what is it? Oh,
give her a click and give her a read.
Participate in the Phasmophobia 6th anniversary Twitch drops campaign. Ooh.
And if you make sure to hit your magnifying glass, you can zoom in and see the charm a little better.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I kind of wish we could get even closer than this, though.
Oh my.
So the anniversary is next month.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we're intended to see this or not, but there it is.
We've been playing this game for 6 goddamn years.
Sir, yes, sir.
I mean, I think I'm okay with that. I mean, we're doing pretty good for ourselves, so
okay.
I think I'm okay with that.
As long as we're enjoying it, we're not at each other's throats all the time.
Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair.
What glitch? Now I can't get footage.
So we lower the sanity. We got to go to the contract. We got to set our.
How dare you?
Cursed possession to monkey.
Yeah. While you're doing that, I'm gonna adjust my stuff.
Okay, that's applied. Let's see. Oh,
Okay.
I can. Oh, there's little microphones that appear next to us now.
Yeah, to let you know the other person's, or let you know who is talking.
Yeah, because you know people can't
Is it
distinguish you
the
and I
term
apart
again?
at all. That's our voices are just too luscious and alike. I get it. I get it.
There we go. Fixed it.
Okay, quick question for you. Okay, my jacket doesn't cover it.
No,
I'm getting
I had
a lot
it
of
happen
people
on one
telling
round.
me that jackets.
I had it happen one round yesterday, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I've been directing
What up,
people to the
Lizzie?
website to their support desk to report it.
Okay.
Should I guess that it's been reported? Probably.
I would assume, but it never hurts to report again. I can tell you that right now.
You heard him. Go, everyone, go report it right
Whenever
now.
you run
Everybody
into, report it.
Chats.
Do not
Just
ever
everybody
assume.
right now.
Do not ever assume. Well, I don't think I need to because others did. No, report literally everything. Every single thing you run into that's a problem, report it. Seriously.
Can I just say your character?
Yeah.
Your character looks. There's like this weird shadowing above your lip. You look like you've got a prepubescent mustache.
Oh. Well,
like your peach fuzz is just starting to darken up.
Well, they don't have an option for a lighter beard, so I'm stuck with what I have.
They don't. How come we don't have? Both of us are short beard guys. Why
Yeah.
can't we have a short beard?
I don't know. Maybe we'll get it whenever they do the next update.
Oh,
The next character customization update. Are you two play together game? Geez, yeah, 6 years. Yeah. All right. So our mission first is to watch each other get got so we can see what it looks like when we're dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our first mission is to die.
I think so. Question: did you turn off extends hunts?
Let me make sure.
Make sure you turn that off.
Specifically turn that off.
Long hair man, I have to use the female. Right. There should be some more customization for sure. Spooky, thank you for the 18 months.
Roaming,
Weird,
changing frequent, event frequency, not friendly ghosts. No. We'll do hunt duration low, kill extends hunt off.
Yeah, so that way I can go get got and then you can see. And then to get the best view, oh my, you like to watch? And then to get the best view, we would need another round. And then, or actually, no. Just
we're doing monkey paw. We're bringing each other right back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. That'll work.
Yeah, because you can just monkey there, you can just wish him alive.
Even if you get got, it would be okay.
Wish to see the life, yeah.
Yeah.
So we can just fight for the first death because it really doesn't matter.
Yeah. Okay, I'm down.
All right, but do we have a map preference?
I mean, probably a small map for sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking Willow.
Okay, I'm down for Willow.
Even though it'll be an asshole and it'll be in the basement.
Don't say that. It's gonna be in the garage. I mean the gym. I mean the whatever.
The car bedroom gym thing.
We're both low levels, huh? All right.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We have such a weird mix of equipment that's preloaded. Oh, wait, hold on. I just realized that we are both levels. Hold on, let me do something real quick. I gotta, where's it at?
16,000 buckaroos, by the way.
Oh, dude, I've got like 5 because I just finished upgrading. Lose items off.
I don't know if he knows that or not, but it's getting fixed, or it is.
All right, we're good now.
All right. Now we're talking.
All right.
All right, keep my eyes on stuff. Stuff and things. All right, we got the stuff. Marky, thank you for the follow and the prime. Thanks, man. Let's do the ting. Keep inventory on? Yeah. Better safe than sorry.
That's just trying to kill me over here. Basement shade is what they're calling.
Okay, they're just mean.
They're assholes.
Do we have 0 sanity?
We have 25% sanity. I want us to have something.
Me. I win. I win. Was that a Hantu? Ha 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 ha. Well, now we're cute. Let's watch this happen, shall we?
He's got rigor mortis. Hey, dead guy. You got a stiffy. I wish for life.
You better wish again. You're doing great, sweetie. Try again. I think that's that. I guess that might still be a bug.
I wish for life. I wish for life.
Oh, he screwed it up.
I wish for life. I wish for life. Bring him back. He's gone forever. The monkey paw's not working.
Look what he did.
What is happening? Did it bug out because the ghost started hunting
Maybe,
right when I wished for life?
It sounds delicious. Am I crazy or did I see breath when that thing started hunting earlier? Is this a Hantu? You know, I'm gonna go ahead and mark Hantu. Oh, look at my hands! Oh my God.
Sir, the monkey ball's not working, and I confirmed that it does recognize me.
I wish for life.
I got the dead hands. Is there anything that shows my hand when I'm doing this? I don't think so. Oh, that's right. We can see what each other marked. I forgot. This is stuff I haven't had a chance to see yet. So all the multiplayer stuff is going to be new for me.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I saw the breath before it killed me.
Yeah.
That must have bugged out whenever it started hunting, I guess.
Yeah, it started hunting exactly as I was asking it to wish for life. So
Yeah.
I guess it thought that it gave it to us and then it didn't.
Well, he had, because you had
Although
sanity.
it would have been, I think it would have been, yeah, that's why we had the sanity. You know, I'm going
Right.
to turn it up to 50% sanity just
I say
to make
why not?
sure. Well, no, because I'd have lost at least 10% when I watched you die, right? Is
Right.
it 10%?
Right.
Yeah. So maybe I did lose it all.
Maybe. Yeah, you did watch me. That's true. You did see me get got. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Looking at the watch. Oh, the watch. Oh, I didn't even think about the watch.
It's all right.
That's a good point. Shit.
All right, we get to go again.
All right. Hey, by the way,
Yes.
when you get got, make sure when you're dead to take a look
Okay.
at your journal and also check your watch.
Okay. All right. I'm on it.
Roger that. Arnold and goat sounds? Sometimes.
We've arrived.
Is the watch higher level thing? Nope. Any level can do it. What's up, Tommy? How are you, man?
Now the question is, though, is after I get got, are you going to get an easily loopable ghost like a Haunt 2 in a sunrise map?
That'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Oh, we definitely have a sunrise map. We're already halfway there.
Heck yeah, let's go. Why? Why what? Casually playing each other's deaths? We have to, because we got to do the thing. All right, I'm gonna stay behind you.
Okay. All right. I got this. Hey, ghost!
Oh,
Hey,
power
ghost!
stairs.
Ghost!
Oh, hey, your basement ghost is here.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh my God! Yeah. Hey, look, it's right here.
Man, you look great dead in those pants. I'll tell you what, boy. Oh my God. The instant color change was kind of cool. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can get the power real fast so we can see each other. I got a smudge at the ready. Violet, you're turning violet, Violet. Oh my man. You are a piece of shit. Did you hear it just kick the power off? Am I crazy or is my stamina like negative 700,000? All right. Although now I might have to wait for the next hunt. Ghost is trying to save power. Red, thank you for the year. Thank you for the sub, man. All right, I don't want it to break, so I'm gonna wait for it to hunt again. Yeah, I feel like my stamp. Dude, oh no, I'm noticing this shit again. Oh great. You know what I could do? I could just smudge this stupid thing. Ghosty. Here. A gift from me to you. There. Now we have some time. Alright, now it's just me and you, big boy. Alright, what'd I do with the monkey ball? Oh, I put it on the table. I wish for life. Well, you get to see it again. Oh, God! So, look. Oh, that's disgusting.
I can't pick up your flashlight. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hey, you thirsty? You look a little thirsty. You want some water?
Nice shade of dead. I just had my nails done. What do you think? Oh my God. Good Lord.
he's just thirsty. He's just thirsty.
I am very dehydrated.
Right? He's just see, he's doing the robot. He's been dancing, so he's thirsty. We just give him a little water.
We don't see the
right
exact
here.
same thing. It's a
Just
little
give
bit
him a
different.
little water right here, and he'll be okay. Yeah. Where'd the monkey paw go? Ah, here it is.
Oh, he left. I'm gonna bring him some TP. You got dead on you. All right. Well, now we know what that looks like. Oh my God. I can't tell if it's me or the game. I'm noticing again, though.
Welcome back. There's some jobs
Anonymous,
ready
thank you for the gifted.
The eyes are so.
What,
Oh my God! It was a haunt 2 again.
do you have custom
Oh,
ghosts
wait a minute.
picked?
Wait a minute. Do I? No, it's random.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Well, that was clearly a lie. Have you been able to get close to their face to see the clouded over pupils and like the detail?
I did.
I actually think they did a really good job
One way
of
that
that.
I did that was I actually was on Edgefield and I died on the stairs, and the way that I fell, I was able to get really close to my face.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Sinister, welcome in, man.
Definitely kind of creepy looking.
Lovely shade of corpse. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now that we've had our fun, we want to run nightmares. I mean, both of us need to level. We can do no evidence leveling. We could do nightmares. We could just have fun.
I'm down for whatever, dog. I'm upgrading us to tier 2 headgear.
Ooh. Oh, you have that unlocked
I
already?
do.
Oh my God. That's sexy, sir.
Eruptor, thank you for the sub.
That is
Before you
sexy,
followed.
because I have no headgear in there.
I got you, boo-boo.
Let's see. I have tier 3 flashlights, tier 2 everything else except for UV light. I didn't bother upgrading that.
Yeah, firelights I could. Parabolic I could. I'm just not worried about it because 3's where it's at. Yeah. Yeah, I think we just go with what we got.
All right, yeah, I'm down.
Where are
I'm
we
down
going?
with it. This looks good. Where are we going is a really, really good question. We are going to high school restricted.
Sir, yes, sir. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I want to see this.
Yes, sir.
Oh, they tell me that they moved the things closer in the notes too. So
yeah,
we're not supposed to have to walk as far.
Yes, the van is closer, and the cursed possession locations are really easy if you have it upstairs.
Ooh.
Yes.
And what if you don't have it upstairs?
Then they're in their normal spot because you have access to the main area. Still.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice. All right, let's go.
Super, super easy. Super easy.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly
Nope,
before
first floor.
starting the
Okay.
investigation. New intel.
Very easy to know which one you have, literally by looking at the monitor.
All right, so let's see, what do we got here?
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are investigating Lori Shipman. Lori Shipman wants you to record 2 new songs while you videotape 3 new dance videos.
Thank you, Lee.
Make sure to escape out of that TikToker situation as we investigate Lori Shipman.
You want to make a tic-tac?
Dude, it sounds like it's raining. You want to make a TikTok? Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready. You're gonna make a TikTok dancing. I'm dancing. Okay. Flashlight.
It's easy to see a cutie over here when I look at this monitor. Hey! Don't you be talking dirty to me without me being able to see your face.
So I don't see power.
How's it going, Mr. Barron? How you doing, sir? All right. Oh my God, game, chill. Well, we have the left corridor, so the power will be on the left. You can tell by looking at the truck, the monitor.
Oh.
First floor.
That makes
you know what's on
perfect
the
sense.
left. Easy peasy.
Very similar as the asylum or the
You know, it gives asylum
what I mean.
vibes when you walk out of the van and you're walking up to this.
Oh man, do you remember? I remember that you
You got dumped right into the building.
Like in the building. Yeah, that was awesome.
That was great. How are you doing today? I'm doing well, sir. Doing just fine. All my kiddos went back to school
if the
today.
center is open here, does that mean all of our cursed items are in the same place?
Yes, they would be here. Yeah. So like we have the mirror.
Oh.
Same place. Metallic Crow, thank you for the gifted to Baron.
Okay.
Thank you, man. Yeah. So that's
Oh,
all.
man, who
we just gotta
moved all
climb.
this
No, you just
stuff?
gotta climb over it.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Oh my God, if you do, I'm.
Hold on.
If you find a way to shimmy your way up there, oh my God. Hey, Ribs.
I mean, I definitely got a step or two up there. It's just wait for it. Wait.
I've been working on climbing over it.
Does this count?
Sure.
Okay, all right. I'm taking it as a success.
I'll take it. All right. Ghosty. What's up, Defini? How are you, dude? Now, I do believe, friends, that they're going to be working on the hiding places for the restricted versions. I believe that is what I heard. We got us a ghosty over here, sir.
Oh, I'm on my way.
Carol-Ann, turn on the light, Carol-Ann.
Oh, she turned on the light.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. It's 3 degrees. It's 2 degrees.
4.2.
Ooh, there's more books and stuff here.
You can't move
These
them.
geography books are new.
I don't think so. You
they're
can't.
not?
You can't touch any. Of them.
They still can't move them.
No.
That was the big problem I had with this map.
I
There's
know.
not enough stuff for it to interact with.
All like the classrooms that are in the middle area are the ones that have like a
Okay.
crap ton of stuff you can move.
Right.
What game is this? It's called Phasmophobia. How'd you find the stream? There we go. Now, when you have the restricted versions, I forgot to grab my headgear. When you have the restricted versions
Sir,
where
it defeats
it's,
the purpose to have the truck this close if you gotta walk this far.
I know. If it's
Are there versions of this that exist where the center's not opened?
What do you mean?
Like, if the different sections close and it's random, similar to Sunny Meadows, is there a version of this map where the center doesn't exist?
Well, no. So Sunny Meadows, the center does exist. And this one, there's 4 versions, and you do not get the center. It just goes halfway down the hallway and then cuts. So, like, we will never get the gym. That will never happen.
I mean,
you will
that's
never
fair.
get the
F
back area. You will never get that back area with the labs and stuff.
Never get that back area with the
No.
labs.
No.
Okay.
Because
Yeah,
it
those
cuts
rooms
halfway
suck
down
anyway.
the hallway. So, like, if it's upstairs left, it goes to the bathrooms, just like downstairs, and stopped.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
But if we can only enter the side doors,
Yeah.
doesn't that kind of defeat the purpose of moving the truck closer?
No, I think moving the truck. I know. I guess it's listen. I'm guessing it's just to make us feel a tiny bit better, okay? Just a little bit.
Just
a smidge.
Right. Okay.
Just a smudge. Just a smidge.
What do you got? Book,
Streamer bot is taking
and
up a lot of
video. I'll
resources.
go
I don't know
spirit
why.
box, UV, and
I'll have to get that figured out.
I guess that's it. Cause I've oh
All
wait,
right, I've got
you
video
have,
camera, dude skis, and a book.
we have tier 2. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah.
I forgot to grab mine too.
I'll get a photo camera.
Yeah, so whenever you get the upstairs ones, the front will be blocked off, and you have to go left or right.
Okay.
And the light, there will be a light that will show you which one it is.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Crazy
as we make our
D.
pilgrimage to the left side of the high school, I come to remember that I'm grateful that it's raining so we can hydrate as we make the long trek across this barren wasteland, which is now
Speaking of
the
barren
abandoned
and
high
wastelands, the bearded baron. Well,
school. Yeah. The bearded baron and his beard of barons. We can observe him in his natural habitat. By the way, as soon as I got my way up that locker right away, he stopped chatting, and then I got the alert. Baron has launched Phasmophobia.
he said I didn't even do anything.
He's like, wait a minute, I'll figure that one out. Give me a minute.
I believe I saw an orbital, sir. Hold on. Where is it?
Uh-oh.
I thought I did. Yeah, I did.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice. Well, I don't see any...
If you played with an open mic, would the viewer sounds get you caught? No, because they don't play through my microphone. No, it's a very specific thing that you need to set up to do something like that. I only ever do that every blue moon.
Is that quieter?
Hold on, please.
Or is it... Wait, is my headset still turned up?
Hold on, please. Hold on,
Oh,
please.
okay.
Hold on, please.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Where are you? How old are you? Are you friendly?
Doesn't Nightmare not have any evidence?
Are you fun?
No, you get 2.
Give me a sign. This is responding a lot faster. Where are you?
Yeah, there we go.
How old are you? Are you friendly? Are you near? Are you far? Give me a sign. How old are you?
Apocrypha, thank you so much for this, for the gifted sub, by the way.
Thank you for calling the Mighty Chingus and FlashForce Stepsister Unsticking Service. To get unstuck by FlashForce, please press 1. To get unstuck by Mighty Chingus, please press 2. If you are not calling for an unsticking service and would much prefer to get Phasmophobia tips and tricks, please press 3.
I feel like I'm listening to a blurb live.
Yeah, it's almost like that blurb was made from you and me or something. Oh, geez. Imagine.
Crazy. Crazy.
Well, we have a couple ones in chat. You got to get to work, sir.
I see a lot of 3s, then there's some 1s.
Oh, okay.
Still 3 degrees. We have orbicals, and that's
Yeah,
it
not
so
freezing
far.
yet. Just orbs. Just orbs. We're only gonna get one other thing too. So.
Right.
Do you want to try Spirit Box? See if it works for you.
Well,
'Cause you have that
we
magic
haven't
stuff.
been able to do a
It was
legit
giving me
UV test.
answers, so. Yeah, that
We
should
might need to
work.
get some salt.
Yeah.
I could try
Probably
Spirit
a
Box
good
real
idea for us
fast.
to get
Hopefully I
some
don't die, though.
defenses, too. Okay.
Where are you? Are you here? There we go. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you
I saw
close?
this with Tater and Tom, where the stalls count as official hiding now.
Yeah, and they're locked all the time for me.
Yeah, they're all locked for me.
What if
Hey, it just started throwing a bunch of shit when I,
Of course it did. No shades off the table.
Oh my god, you walked right through that bush.
Well, yeah, it's a bush,
Immersion
not a
destroyed.
wall.
I hate the game uninstalling.
Can't do anything around you. How are we liking the update? It's been good so far. Tis been good, friend. Let me see. Next time I get like a bunch of lag, I need to look at StreamerBot and see what's going on. There's a way for me to see this. Okay. Okay. Because I'm getting a little suspicious of my check-in. Like if something's going wrong with the thing and it's like repeating itself over and over and doing constant checks, which might be causing problems.
I'll go
Unless it's literally just the game. Right, I'm bringing salt so we can check the DVs.
Yeah. Don't forget your fire starter stuff for your smudgy smudge.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Right.
I can check for orbs or dots real quick.
That vertical view is different? What do you mean that vertical view is different? What vertical view?
Hey, there's an orb in there.
Well, yeah, I recorded it, you goofball.
But there's an orb. It's right there.
I see it. We know.
Okay.
You know what's funny? Like the little thing. It's the little things. I'm still like you still like notice. Like the one thing I notice that's still happening is the really slow, gentle caress of the tier 1 smudge.
Oh, that's still there. Oh my god.
Your thumb.
I know. I've actually been commenting on that for the.
Yeah, it's still there.
Gonna rub. I'm gonna rub my little sage stick. It feels so sticky. Yeah, I'm just gonna slowly rub it just like this.
Oh my god. Don't point it out. Yep. See, now that's all people are gonna see. That's all they got. You're just enjoying your churro. All right, I'm gonna go in there and lay some salt down and hopefully not die.
I'm coming with you. I believe in you.
Yay! Can't unsee it. You're very welcome.
The question
Hold on,
is,
don't move.
where's our
Hey, don't
hiding
move.
now?
Stop. Do
Okay.
not do a thing.
Okay, I'm not doing a thing. What are you doing?
Observing.
What am I doing? Other than stroking my little sagey stick.
You're technically not doing anything, but your journal is Harry Potter needs to put the book down. It's just floating in front of your face.
Oh. Hang on.
Love you so.
Oh man. Oh.
Listen, you're supposed to stroke the binding of the book. You're not supposed to lick it. Okay, it's gone now. You did something that made that journal stick to the front of your face.
I have no idea what it was. I have no idea what it was.
I would love to recreate it though. See, these are fun ones. Like, it doesn't wreck the game. It's just funny to see.
That is funny to see.
Oh my god.
I wish I could have seen it. Oh wait, there's a natural hiding place, or at least normally.
Yeah, normally in this door right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's the upstairs restricteds.
Oh, right here. Yeah.
Yeah, the upstairs restricted ones are the problems where there's like not a lot of hiding. But yeah, look in here. Book to throw, book to throw. And then you go to the next room, there's like even more books to throw.
This?
Yeah. All right, bucko. Well, I guess I'm just gonna guess unless you decide to event on us.
Wait, did it write? Where's the writing book at?
If the book is not there, I'm sure it yeeted and deleted it.
Yeah, sure, but where?
Maybe that's what was stuck to your face.
Oh.
Ghost, he thinks it's funny. The game was booking you itself.
I did not turn that off. Did you turn that off?
No. Did you turn that off?
I did not turn
Where's
that
the
off.
EMFer? Do we have an EMFer?
There is an EMF in here somewhere, but there's no fingies on it. Here, I got. There's no EMF on it.
Are you sure we didn't hit that switch?
We must be too late. I did not hit that switch, sir. Do we get an EMF on
There's
this?
some effery
that
afoot.
disappeared already too. There's some shenanigans. Oh my God! Ah! No! Teacher, use the paddle first. Ooh. Oh, stompies.
UV.
EMF 4. Oh, UV.
Oh.
Oh. Ultraviolet ghost orbs.
Are these are both locked, aren't they?
Right.
Okay, I wouldn't even think about going that way.
Yeah. I see how it's cool when we highlight the ghosts and things on the left move. I actually don't like it.
Really?
I don't like it. No, I really don't. I can see the benefits though. I see the benefit.
Do you not like it because it blocks out the other evidence?
No. It's just not visually pleasing to watch everything disappear while you're holding an analog book. I don't know what it is. I just don't.
I don't mind it. I like it.
It's messing with my head. I don't know why. I mean, I have no reason to go to the ghost tab anymore to look at which evidence I'm looking at, right? Ooh, spicy.
The spice is nice. I don't like it when it stays blocked when I'm done. So I believe that's a bug they're fixing. Yeah, I don't mind it.
All right, so it didn't answer spirit box, and we don't have freezing, so
right. So and also it chased us, so it's not a Cormos. We don't have freezing. It can't be a Hantu. It's either a Banshee or an Obake.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get this other sound though. You ready? Watch this. The sound of my death. Winter touch.
You'll be fine.
Will we?
You're a wiener touch.
Hey, I said wind. I didn't say wiener touch.
Hey,
Winder.
You wear the outfit, sir. You've touched the wiener.
listen.
Right.
Hey.
You've flipped the sausage.
Hey.
You've wanked the wieners.
Yeah. Guess what? You're
done the
due.
thing. Oh,
You're
yeah?
overdue.
Mm-hmm.
Wiener touch inbound. Here comes the wiener touch. Oh, I guess we gotta watch it, huh? I did not say. I don't know what his mission is here. Oh God, she's so shiny. That interruption sound was annoying as shit.
It was. I don't know what that was. I was worried that I had my headlamp on. So
it might have been. I mean, I had a tier 1 recorder in my hand and I put it in my inventory. Maybe that was it.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah. It changed us both. So I mean, there's.
It did. It has to be an Obake.
Yeah.
So an Obake.
My headgear was not on. It would have killed us. It came into the room. My headgear was not on. We saw me turn it off. Yeah. Yeah, there's also some lighting things that are happening. I'm noticing some things are looking very shiny at times.
Okay.
Ghosties looking very greased up.
Well, the ghosties have always looked kind of wet and greased up to me.
No, they're looking extra greasy. They found your big tub of lube.
The whole 50-gallon.
The whole 50-gallon drum.
I don't know, we were much smaller then. I think that if I put that back on and said that you and I would get into it again, your community would pull together and actually make it happen.
No,
we were much smaller back in those days, sir.
What does that mean? I'm the same size.
Giggity.
Why Obake versus a Banshee? Because in multiplayer, a really cool thing you can do with a Banshee is you can check to see who the target is. The Banshee will pick a target, and if all the players are in the map together, it will only go after the target. It will not chase the other people. It chased us both.
I got 1,700 for that. That's pretty good.
I mean, listen, the multiplayer Banshee check is lovely. I don't get to do it very often.
Oh yeah, that was a nice little bonus.
Withering Witch, thank you for the 37 months. Moo Monster, what's up, dude? And Nocturnal, thank you again, man. All right, well, we did.
I love that we didn't even need to communicate that. We both just knew exactly what to do there.
Oh yeah, no. We knew. As soon as I heard you do it, I'm like, well, I don't want to waste it, so that's why I jumped out there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If it's a Banshee and you aren't the target, could it kill you if you walk into it?
So,
no.
Oh yeah, point and hope restricted. Let's go.
It's lovely.
Is this a point and hope map that I actually might like?
Yes, because the highest it can go. By the way,
interesting. I was gonna say I read the notes of known issues. Are you gonna tell me about the Diogen? Excuse me for interrupting.
No, I didn't know that there was a I didn't read the known issues right now. What's up with the Dio?
Okay. According to Faz's website, the known issues is that the Dio's pathing is broken in Point Hope, where it doesn't slow down.
Oh, so it's a Dio that's just full steam?
It's a fucking yeah. That's what's
awesome.
in the known bugs.
I almost want to like force that at some point. Just put a Dio on there and then make it hunt and see how fast it is.
You want to do it?
Well,
we can do it right now.
We can do it right now, or we can wait. Do you want to play the map first? It's up to you.
Let's play the map first. We'll play the map first, and then we're gonna do it. And then we're 100% gonna do it. Yeah.
Roger that. So what I was gonna point out was something that I think is gonna get fixed. If I only could. So something that I pointed out to them was that the image that's used on the board for Point Hope restricted, it shows the block stairwell, but it shows it upstairs in the game room. And I pointed that out and I said, hey, is that intentional to be there? Or was this an uh-oh and they forgot to update what the thumbnail? My guess is they were going to have it go up to the game room and they decided to bring it down a floor and didn't fix the image. So I think that's going to get fixed. I think.
Okay.
See you,
so I've got
Appreciate
Connect's website up and said Dio's pathing in Point Hope is not smooth, is what it says.
Okay.
And
well, we're definitely going to check that out.
It's fast as fuck. Yeah. I'm ready.
Oh my God.
Oh, what? Huh?
Look, it's Carlos's weenie.
There's a lot of wiener talk happening in this game night tonight. I'm just, oh my God!
You can't throw away a last name of Sweeney. No. You've just got to go with it, okay?
You're just gonna go with Carlos's Sweeney. Yeah, let's go. Let's go take 3 pictures of Carlos.
Grown men with children at that have careers and everything. And you're watching it.
Good chat's got it right.
How's that make you feel?
Fucking Dio the
Who's
first
the weird
time
one now?
In here and it just mows us down. That'd be great.
I know, the Dio would be so funny.
Oh wait.
I think the haunted cabinet's been fixed. Or like I didn't notice it the last couple times we've tried this. Yeah. Ring my bell. Oh, there we go. I embrace it as we should. Imagine not being weird and being some normie. Woof. Woof.
The power has been engaged.
Roger that. All of this is locked.
No hiding right there.
0 hiding altogether.
No hiding in the closet.
There's one.
We got the little tuck spot back there. Oh, I can still see it through the stairwells.
Don't you dare.
So, fun fact, the townhouse that I used to live in had stairs like this that were open. And one day, I was standing here, and Dahlia came walking down, and I reached through and grabbed her ankles. And I scared her so bad that accidents happen. The ghost is here, by the way.
Yep.
It's just as I'm talking, the temperature dipped down to 4, and I'm like, oh.
Yep. Okay. Weird's more fun. Hey, man. All right. I didn't even look. Hey, is the cursed object down there? I didn't even look.
Let me look.
I believe it's currently F'd where the monkey paw and the cards are in the same spot. I believe they're going to change that.
We have the cards, sir.
Roger that. I didn't even look to see where the bone was. Shit, might as well. It's probably downstairs. Okay. Is that the only hiding we have? Where the hell's the boner? Oh my God, it's right there. Yeah, the wine cabinet's fixed. Grab the sausage. Listen, out of context, it's a really weird thing to ask somebody to do. Jaden, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Is playing point up restricted count? I believe it does. Yeah, somebody could confirm that has played today, but I am almost certain that it does. If I only could make a deal with gold. Yes, it does. There we go. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Why can't I pick this book up? All right, it's not walking in the salt for me yet. I wasn't getting spirit box response. Coming for someone who played with this sausage for multiple hours. Hey.
Still not freezing.
Where's the EMF?
I got crucies down. Oh,
I got it. Yeah, it just turned the bathroom light on. I knew I heard that.
Actually, the temperature, no, it's still between 3 and 5 degrees in here, but let's check over here.
Hey, Gabriella, how are you?
Oh, it's 2 degrees here.
Yikes. No mayor? No mayor. I'm going to get some motion sensors so we can track the ghost. Motion sensors are so underrated. They're not used as much as they should be used. All right.
All right, moving one of the crucifixes.
Roger that. I'm going to bring in some motion
count
sensors.
as 2 rooms?
What?
This still counts as 2 separate rooms, right?
Yeah.
Technically 3.
Yeah, it should.
We've got the bathroom is 1, this is 1, and then this over here is 1.
Yeah, it should.
Because all of the temperatures are below 5, so maybe we're just getting a room move right now. Guess fine.
I witnessed 0 farts.
You witnessed? Really?
And there was no fart ball there for me.
Do you at least see the EMF 4 on the ground there?
Yes.
Okay, at least I got that right.
Hey, Ducky, what's up, man? I'm just waiting here to see if Ghosty's walking back and forth or not. Does the spirit box still not work for one person but will for the other, or was that never a problem? That's never an issue that I could tell. It could be that the spirit box is only answering to alone players instead of everybody. So what it might be is that somebody's trying to do the spirit box with somebody else in the room when they shouldn't be. That could be what the problem is. Dude, what is happening? Okay, I'm gonna go get the other motion sensor, try to figure out what the hell this ghost is doing.
Yeah, sure.
Midnight, hello. My caramba.
It just stepped in the salt in the living room.
Ghost is all over the place. Ghost is all over the place. All right, I'm gonna grab this.
That's me using hitting the motion sensors.
Roger that. Did we know that we had orbs? And dots?
What? No?
Hey, we have orbs and dots. Oh. Well, the ghost better answer me no matter what. Hello, sweetie. How are you? Ay, ay, ay. I just got both the second I got back to the truck. All right. I'm going to grab the photo camera while I'm at it, too. Oh, my God. Drifter, hello, friend. Average, thank you for the follow. Hello. Janice, hello. Game, you better relax. What is this? Hey, what are you doing over there?
Looking at my book.
Can I look at it?
Like, you seriously glanced at that? Like, I walked through the whole first floor at that camera, and there were no orbs, sir. So,
Late
I'm glad
orbs.
you looked.
Classic.
What a butthole.
What a butthole.
Fancy Raiju Thay Yokai Yuri. It ghost fought on me again while you're in there.
Delicious.
Yeah. I'm not sure what we're dealing with here.
Just the move from Hawaii to Texas. Exhausted. Oh my God.
Okay.
Your arms must be tired.
That's enough of the farts, please.
Still no farts for me.
Oh my God.
Nothing.
That's right. It can't be a banshee. It can't be a banshee. It's got stuffs.
I got a translucent video of our friend.
Oh, nice. You got the video? Nice.
Boner.
Did you take a picture of Carlos's weenie?
Nope, I took a picture of the boner.
Okay.
A lot of heavy lifting. I can only imagine. That's a hell of a move. And the switch going from like that environment to that environment's got to be crazy. Are we ready? For what? I don't know. Something. Okay. So we know that we have orbs and dots, right?
Okay, sir, it just farted on you. Did you not see that one either?
No. Winter touch.
Okay.
Ad break starting soon.
Interesting.
No, it's not. I like them big. I like them chunky.
It ignored me?
Did it? Did it ignore you?
No, it changed. It came back after me, after it was.
But it walked right past me?
Oh, it knew what it wanted.
It had locked on you already.
It did sound a little speedy. I think it might be an aged Thay. Right now, my suspicion is that this is an aged Thay.
Yeah, I could get behind that.
Yeah, I bet you would.
I mean, have you seen Carlos's weenie? I'd rather be behind it than in front of it.
He just tried to show it to me in the dots. Oh my God. Now, what I wish that the tier 2 headlamp.
I don't want to see your weenie,
He wanted to show it to you too.
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it at all.
What did I ever do to you, man? God. Kitty, thank you for the 3 months. Hope you have great games tonight. Me too. Vaughn, thank you for the 22 months. King, thank you for the 7. Welcome back, friends. My Lanta.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
It didn't sound very fast that time. It sounded normal to me.
Yeah, but it did not speed up. It was definitely faster, though.
Oh, no line of sight?
No line of sight. It definitely did not speed up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we have a Thay.
Yeah, let's roll with it.
I keep opening my book next to a light and just absolutely flashbanging myself. If you like get near a light and you like go like this and you go to plug your book, ah!
No, hold on.
I'm not trying to.
Oh, my retinas! Yeah. Why isn't there a dark mode on the book?
I don't know. The tier 2 headlamp, I wish there was a way to differentiate.
I'm here with it.
By look if it's on or off, because you don't know. That quality of life, I kind of wish we had that.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
We knew. You forgot your journal already has a light, but I'm not trying to light it up. Yeah, like a little red. I do wish that the tier 2 headlamps had some sort of an indicator on them to let you know if they're on or off. They don't. Unless they do, and it's messed up. Because it looks like they're on all the time.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that, because even the tier 1 gives you that little red light up top there.
The tier 2, when you put it on your head, it looks like there's a light like illuminating from it, like, ooh, it's on. Like that should turn off when it's not on. Yeah,
I'm with you.
I'll say something. I'll say something about it. I'll put a word in with the big man upstairs.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna have to get some clips and upload them, because there was at least 5 ghost events that didn't even register for you.
No.
And I understand desync.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
like,
I'm in a basement, so he's
some of them
probably
were
on
on
the main
you.
floor.
The ghost
which means
parts
he's
were
upstairs.
on you. Like, only 2 of them were on me.
Makes my heart sad. I want to see farts too.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
sir.
okay. Wait, no. We're going back to Point Hope.
Oh, the Dio.
We're going back to Point Hope on custom. Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's do the Dio thing. Now I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Start with the can you make sure the power starts on?
Yeah, hold on.
Awesome. That way if it's upstairs.
Set up weather doors, sanity activity, fuse box.
Had a fuse box behind a locked door. That's known.
Curse
well, again, report it though. It does not hurt to report
the
it.
monkey paw again, just because.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm gonna leave sanity up, because we'll just use the monkey paw to trigger the ghost hunt.
Yeah, that's
that way
cool.
we have enough sanity to resurrect ourselves so we can see it.
Yeah.
So
wait, did you give us all cursed possessions?
No.
I mean, we don't make any money. Might as well give us all the cursed possessions.
Oh well, I mean, fine. All
what do you think about them adding new evidence type to the game?
Useless.
There's no need for it.
Sure. Okay, so our ghost is specifically Dio.
Okay.
Normal speed. Everything else is just whatever settings that I have here.
Right.
Player speed's 100. Sanity restores normal. Flashlights are on.
What kind of lights?
Flashlights.
Oh,
flashlights.
Okay. Oh.
What did you hear?
No, not that. All right. Well, go on.
Oh, dude. What, are you embarrassed to say flashlight? I mean, demonetized whole stream.
Go on. Real mature.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna do weather as sunrise. Just because.
Yeah, that works.
Just because. All right, let's go.
Roger that. We are gonna test a Dio because we heard there's a problem.
We've arrived.
So we're gonna see that problem. So here's gonna be the real big problem. We can't exactly hide.
Oh yeah. No. We're gonna die. Like to a Dio. Like who does that?
All right.
we do in Point Hope.
Sir, yes, sir.
The known bug, sir. So I just pulled up the website. I just showed chat.
Okay.
It's confirmed that it's still listed as the known bug.
Okay.
So I'm interested to science this. I'm interested to
Dio
see.
time.
I'm interested to see what pathing not smooth means.
What's wrong with the Dio? We'll show you.
So if that is Dio fucking runs one of us over, which I've gotten that to do to murder a friend before. You can get it on you and get it to pass through a friend.
Right.
It's a great technique if it works. But if this is just broken,
then game on, huh?
We're 100% sanity, don't forget. So it's not going to hunt us naturally.
Okay. Let's see. I'm going to turn off this one. Turn on this one.
All right, yeah, we
Boner.
got monkey paw and card right here.
Okay. Frank is right there, by the way. So, I mean, we could always use Frank if we want to just try to... Yeah, Frank right here.
Where's right there?
Right here.
Oh.
Little guy's having a squat.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No. Why don't you do it?
Oh, is he not... Is he not floppy?
Fuck this game.
Is he not flop? What's wrong? What's wrong?
He didn't floppy flop for me.
His head is flopping around for me.
He's not flopping for me, Flash. He's not flopping for me, man.
Maybe he's just excited to see you.
He's just stuck bent over, man. It's not okay.
Did you try using gravity?
You just
Try again. Pick him up. Look, pick him up. Look down. See, all's right in the world. It's fine.
It's not as good as it was, sir. It's not.
Your little buddy, it's not good enough? Oh.
It's not the same.
It's not the same. Peanut brittle, thank you for the 10 months. Hello, good sir.
Oh.
Grown man, by the way. Damn
all
right.
right.
This is a grown man. This is a grown man who makes enough money to
hey,
provide for his family, and he's sitting here playing with a voodoo doll. How do you feel about that?
Maybe we go upstairs?
If it's here, yeah.
Yeah, because we needed the path to us.
Oh, it's going to path to us. Just turning on an extra light.
Here it comes.
Looks fine to me.
Yeah, it just sounds smooth to me. Is it the stairwell that does it?
I don't know. Look at them cheeks, though, huh? He seems fine. There's no bug. I don't know how to recreate it. But I tell you what, our friend is angry. I got nothing.
Okay, so what's the bug?
Did it specifically say on restricted or did it say not restricted?
It didn't say it. It says not smooth and point ho.
Interesting. Well, I guess we could try it over here.
Maybe? But I don't know why.
Sarah, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Drifting. Thank you for the 5 months. I'm just going to stay here. Yeah, but look at the headlamp. Look up. Look at the headlamp. It doesn't matter if it's on or off. Friend. Yeah. I'm bringing you a friend. Never mind, he's coming with me. Oh, now he's going back downstairs. Oh, God. Hey, Maggie, how are you? You won't do it, nerd. Oh my god, 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 look, he's fine. See, look, he's fine.
Interesting. Okay, all right, let's get out of here. I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed with the bug report.
Totally fine.
Although we could check Point Hope full. Maybe it's
do
that.
a quick
It doesn't
one, real fast.
specifically. Yeah, it doesn't specifically say restricted.
Does it say Point Hope though?
It does say Point Hope.
Okay, let's give it a whirl. Why not?
Okay.
Might as well get the ghosty
Okay,
right.
I think it's a spirit.
You did it.
Yay.
I wanted to see y'all die. Really nice.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Real mature, dude. Real mature. 0 XP. This game's stupid. See if I see if you can find anything. Good luck.
Let's roll.
We don't see it yet, so I don't know. I don't know what conditions make this happen.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
Don't know.
Set up before investigating.
Would it be better if you got 1 XP? Would it be better if you got 1 XP? I would feel better. All right.
Full Point Hope. This fucking Dio's gonna be at the top.
No, it's well. I mean, if it's a Dio, that's fine. We just gotta get.
Yeah, he'll make it down, but
Yeah,
it's still the shorter hunts,
it's true.
even with the cursed hunt.
The closest cursed object that we have, besides the cards, because that's dangerous in itself.
Yeah, it really is. Who would play with the cards?
If you get the Hanged Man, do you realize how great this is going to be?
That'll never happen, sir.
You know, that sounds like something a Hanged Man getter would say.
You think so? I mean, I think I'm immune to these things. I think it's rigged. Okay, it's
And look what you did.
Yep, it's fine.
I hear
Everything
nothing.
is fine. No, that's because he's all the way up at the top. Oh, I hear him now.
he's working on it.
He's trying.
And he slows down.
All right, maybe it's a stair thing. Check the stair thing.
I mean, I'm on the stairs right now. Seems fine to me. See you, Tommy. Have a good one. Let's play some pool. Come on, friend. Oh, you're gonna go to Chinggis? Okay. He's out of here. What is the best EMF reader? Well, I mean, I think the EMF 3 is by far the best. All right. Wonder what floor he's actually on. I guess try one more time, I guess. Oh.
We have a cursed item right here, right? Hide and seek!
Here he comes. He's not ready for this. Get darted on.
I don't... Oh my god, that poor ghost.
Oh, he's gonna play pool. Come on, make one of the balls. Come on. Make one.
Come on, you can do it.
Come on.
You can do it. You can do it.
Make one.
You're ghosty. Come on.
Come on. Play pool with me.
The music is great for this scene.
He's yeeting them all off the table. Sir. Come on.
You got this.
You can do it.
Just get one. You can do it.
You just have to believe. Come on. No.
He keeps thinking about coming after me, and then he decides to keep
play chess. Oh, maybe not. Seems fine to me.
Beautiful, sir. Beautiful. Yeah, everything seems normal to me. I'm bummed. Let's go.
Okay. How you play pool? I think it is. Do we know how the pool score goes? Well, it's not going well. Ghosty's being a butt.
I don't see any difference whatsoever other than action there, right?
No, we just know he's a very bad pool player.
Of you. Yeah, he scratched and then he temper tantrumed and threw everything off the table. It was horrible.
Hey, Dragon, good to see you.
Get smudged, nerd. Ah!
You missed.
Did I though? No.
Oh, is that not enough? Here. I'm out of here. Hotbox yourself, you.
Sunrise book.
That's what you get. Little hotbox, and that's right. How are the new restricted maps? I think they're great. It's nothing crazy, but it's just a small thing of taking what we already have and just literally cutting it down to make it usable as at a smaller scale. I think it's great. It will make people try prison and high school more, in my opinion. Once they fix the hiding and stuff like that, I think. All right, now we try prison restricted. Think the ghost being grayed out takes away from the game?
Yeah, let me fix the difficulty.
What? What do you mean?
We're just gonna do classy pro. We're having fun. No one cares.
I'm cool with that.
Let's do classy pro.
Classy. Hiding's broken. It's just there's not enough. There's not enough hiding. Not on the restricted like prison and high school and stuff.
I've really got to check my camera. I'm pretty sure that I unlocked tier 2 cameras. I don't know why these are still there.
Unless you didn't add them into your loadout.
I'm pretty sure I fixed my loadout too. I'll double check when we get back.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. We have a Kenneth Hill. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, Kenny Hill. This is restricted. So we have upstairs infirmary hallway, sir.
Yeah.
So we got to go upstairs.
We do have an upstairs, which means that
here, and here.
We should be able to see that this is blocked off.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Let's do it.
I'm not going to use that.
Did they move this one closer?
They did.
Oh, I see what they did. They shortened the little courtyard.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I think
just
they could have done
just
that.
A touch. It was just enough.
High school treatment here, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, the one pull door in all of Phasmophobia.
Oh, look, cards again.
Yay!
Yippee! All right, I'm going up.
Oh, they even closed this off.
Yeah, okay. That's a part of the downstairs restricted. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's him. All right, we're going up. I feel like part of the game is digging through the ghosts section of the journal to figure out the evidence. I feel like it's less challenging. Well, I mean, if you feel like it's so, just don't go to the evidence tab. Go to the ghost tab. So just go here. Because if you're gonna dig, this is the same.
Throwies?
Downstairs or upstairs?
Upstairs.
Roger that. This is the same exact digging that you would do.
It sounds like a metal plate kind of thing.
It could have been ambient sound. But just don't go here until you're putting in evidence. Just go to the ghost journal, go to the ghost section and go here. It takes literally nothing away.
Well, I mean, they took away the gym, but they still left the whole ass infirmary.
Ass infirmary, yeah. Have you seen the dead players look like yet? Yes. The juice is on.
Oh, nice.
Wait, how cold was it in there? He said he
Well,
heard.
I didn't find the ghost in the infirmary or the warden's office or the power place. I'm checking bathrooms and stuff now.
Okay. Hi.
There's no ghosts in there.
All right. You said you heard throws.
Yeah, but I heard it. I heard it from the stairwell.
You would have heard it over here.
Yeah.
It went to 8. Let me go back. Where did it go to 8? Did I miss it?
Restricted, did they say
So, like, you know how in, you can get a hallway ghost in Sunny Restricted? Can you get a hallway ghost in Prison Restricted?
That's a great question, sir. I don't know. Oh. It's over here near the breaker. I must have looked up the second that it changed.
Oh, alright, I'm on my way.
Yeah, it is in the Chief Security Officer office. That's over here.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, yeah. Go touch it. Go touch it.
Hey, Ghosty, could you show yourself so I can touch you? Can I touch you? Oh, I honestly thought that was the ghost for a second. I got kind of excited. I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's go on.
Let's do it.
What do the players look like now? Dead players, your skin turns gray and your eyes look all foggy. Yeah, I'm not 100% about the room separation for the restricted if you can get ghosties in the hallway. Because in Sunny Meadows restricted, you can.
Yeah, you can in Sunny. So
Yeah.
I wonder if you can in here in restricted.
Great question, sir.
Which that upstairs L-shaped hallway would be hell if that's a ghost room, right? Like that's so much real estate right there.
Eek.
So hopefully
Eek.
not.
Foggy eyes like you've seen a ghost. What the hell? Who gets foggy eyes when they see a ghost? What?
Look at that. We get this.
Have you got updated maps yet? Which maps? Hey, Disciple, my Tuesday's going well, friend. How is yours? I'm going to turn this light on just so we have it on.
Okay. Yeah. Preserve the sanity.
Yeah.
I mean, we're good. Oh man,
Could
who
you
put all
tell-
this stuff here?
Ooh, look at all this crap.
Water.
Oh, all this crap.
Oh man. It's like a bad prank. It's like you show up to work, that's your office on the other side. God damn it.
I'm climbing it. I'm climbing it. Could you tell in the picture? No, it's question marks because it changes based on which restricted version you have. All right, no Orbeez. I don't think it's doing very much.
Oh, yeah?
About that whole not doing very much thing.
Can we just say demon and go?
What if it did that because it's a yokai?
Wait, our sanity is at 50% already, sir.
Did it just rot in the
It
book?
could be anything. It just wrote in the book. Yes. And our sanity is at 50 already.
You ever get a sore wrist from gaming? Not really. Not usually. My keyboard, I have like that little like magnetic wrist rest thingy on it, so it's not too bad. CJ, thank you for the 21 months. And Sunflower, thank you for the 35. Hello. All right, make sure Chingus doesn't get hunted. All right, well, we're getting a smudge now. All right, so Captain Winky over here, already trying to kill us. Just a quick question. If there is a drop, whether is it
so
one?
normal ghosts. I was going to say demon and walk, but I really feel like we've been special. I think we've been abilitied.
I think that might be
'Cause
why
I
our
just
sanity
don't-
is drained.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
what would even do that?
With ghost writing,
Y'all
actually, that's a really good deal because Jin and Oni and Yurei are off the board, and those are the ones that could do it. Interesting.
All right. Well,
is there some? Did we take that long to find it, or is there something wrong with our sanity drain on this map? Are we getting Because we're just on pro. We're going to get 3 evidence.
Right. And the only thing that we have right now is writing. We have no orbs, which I guess I can go ahead and say nay.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Not seeing dots yet.
No orbs.
Oh, it just kicked the power. Wait, did it just turn the power on? Or did it turn the light off? No, it kicked the power.
Okay.
Multi bombs, but we haven't seen any items get thrown yet.
Well, you know what? I'm just F you, Ghost. I got pills.
They're multiplying.
I'll bring some salt. Extra crucifix, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, I got spirit box in my hand. You want to grab the other? You want to grab the other cruci? I got the spirit box.
Sir, yes, sir. Video of the ghost, 3 videos, more videos of the ghost. The next.
Yeah, we're not cursed because we haven't used paramics and we haven't used spirit box yet. I've got spirit box in my hand.
Right.
So it just feels like our sanity is drained way too fast.
Okay.
And we were trying to figure that out.
Anybody else having issues with restricted hiding the power in a room that's blocked? That's been an issue that's been reported. Yeah, they know about it.
Something to math a little later.
What are you mathing? Oh, sanity drain?
Oh, the sanity drain, yeah. Just walk it in the dark and watch that it drains between this and the full version. See if there's a discrepancy.
Run in. Okay, it only ate the cruci once.
Where are you? How old are you?
Here.
Are you friendly?
No.
Are you
Tragic. Dio, Moroi, Polti, Spirit. Interesting.
I'm gonna watch my sanity
and hold
see
on.
if I'm draining at a rate higher than yours.
Here, do it with the light on. Because if your sanity is draining with this light on, then there you go.
Watching.
Oh, I'm gonna get a closer look at the watch so we can really know.
Just keep
yours up there.
Check out this. This is the new Citizen Digital Ghost Drive watch. It's only available for a limited time on the
nice
Mighty
band.
stream.
It's a nice band. What is that?
That is pure Chesney leather. It's carved right from her thigh.
Oh my god! Wow.
It was a really freaky night. I don't want to talk about it.
That's gotta be expensive.
The gift from Aldi.
I don't think your sanity is draining.
I don't think it's draining at all. Yeah. Okay, so not
probably
a Moroi.
Not a Moroi. Okay, want to try a spirit box? Oh, want to try to get Dio response?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let's do this.
Okay.
You butthole. Oh, wait, do we have a black light?
I don't have a UV on me.
Bring a black...
I do not have one. Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Where are you? How old are you? Are you friendly? Are you near? Are you... Wait a second. Wait a second.
What?
It's a Polti. It lifted 2 things at once. Let's roll.
Are you 100% about that?
100%? No. Well, I'm 100% I saw 2 things lifted at the exact same time.
Is it possible that those 2, like, it lifted the thing under the one thing?
No, because they were in separate locations.
Ooh, possible polter ability you saw?
Yeah, I'm thinking poltergeist, dude.
Oh.
I mean, we can validate. We'll validate. Okay. I'm okay with double checking.
We got to validate the parking.
I would double check. I would 100% double check if it was me by myself, so I don't mind it.
It's just good to see the evidence. Yeah, UVs are still here.
Especially since we have the 3rd evidence, right? So I'll grab some extra salties.
And what doesn't make sense, though, like someone was even saying that, like, explains the sanity drain. Like, it wasn't doing any abilities. It wasn't throwing anything when our sanity went down to 50.
Although, that is interesting right there. Like,
just looking in the room to see if it does.
Why would my sanity? Things. Oh, because it evented on me.
It evented. It walked right up to you. Yep.
Yeah. So we'll just
pop
some of that.
Stud, what's up, man? All right, I got a UV.
All right, I got extra salt piles.
Going on a road here.
Highway. Looking for
Now, do we have 2 bitten crucifixes, or do we have one full one
we
left?
have one full one left.
One.
So we can we can recruit. Yeah, you got that one in the middle. All right, let's go.
Let's
One,
move it to
2,
over here a little bit.
3.
UV in 3, 2.
I don't see. Oh, there it is. Okay.
What's doodles?
Look
Guaranteed.
At those toes.
Okay. Listen, sir. I need you to relax.
I can't. I'm gonna just have this
I
coffee.
need you to relax. I know it's exciting.
Do we have hiding right
We do. All the turlets are open.
Oh,
Turlets.
Turlets.
Oh, turlets.
We need those turlets.
Are the animations now that they've messed with them? The animations have been fine. You don't want none, idiot. Hey, Chingus is over here. Want to say hi? He didn't want to say hi.
I'm good with it. Ghosty is the butthole.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Let me get that light for you. What's wrong?
Question. Is that usable for you?
Huh? Nope.
Okay.
That is a black screened out. What'd you do? You broke it.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
I didn't mean to.
Can't take you anywhere.
Listen. You said that like Forrest Gump. Can't take you anywhere.
Jenny.
Like
don't
peas
make me
and
never mind.
carrots.
Oh my god.
Out of batteries? Yeah. Well, yeah.
I'm sure that one's reported too. I'll report that one too later.
No, it's fine. We just have to charge the batteries. We'll do it back at home base. Had the same issue the other day. I had it on day one.
Get smudge, nerd.
Hey! Those cost money, man.
Do
I don't want to waste it.
Yeah.
Hayes, thank you for the 6 months. Hello, friend.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Good call on the 2-item lift. Good call.
All right, so that was cool. I kind of like that restricted prison.
I like the downstairs restricted even more.
Ooh, I haven't tried that yet.
I mean, we can't exactly choose it, but
no. Well, we can go back and see if we get lucky and get it.
we could if you wanted to.
Let's try.
Unless you wanted to do
let's try.
the schools.
Oh yeah, we have more schools to check out too.
It's up to you. The school is going to be way more similar.
No. I've already selected prison, so for ease of clickage.
I don't want to have to go back and click it again. Ooh,
let me double check my loadout here. What do we got?
Okay.
Oh, video camera. Where's my photo camera?
How's his volume, by the way? His volume okay?
Shop.
Choppy.
Go
check my door.
I do have the tier 2 photo camera unlocked. And let me check my loadout. I have the tier 2 photo camera selected. Huh. What the hell?
Okay, but do you have your gear enabled?
That'd be this is all your gear. So your photo camera is set to tier 1.
Because look.
Yeah. You just disabled your gear.
Yeah.
Even when you do that, I've got to go refresh. Hold on. I'll add gear. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah.
I just don't have tier 2 heads gear.
Whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
How difficult would it be if you could select which restricted you wanted? I don't mind that you've got to kind of roll the dice and you can't just pick it. I don't mind, really. I don't.
Of violence or sightings, but please remain careful.
Hey, look at that.
What's that? We got it right off the rip? Hell yeah. Let's go.
We got it. Because if we had the upstairs, we would see the upstairs cameras.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, the downstairs is way better.
To get the cafeteria. The fucking cafeteria
we do not have
still
cafeteria.
Sucks. Oh, okay. So that's just a glitch with the. That's
no, it's
okay.
just
You were
the
telling me
camera's
that.
available. You just can't go in there. That's
Yeah.
all. Yeah.
Aw. But we can look.
Aw.
One of these days, we're gonna be all like, "Oh, look, there's an orb."
I know. I
It's
had one that
gonna
was like
happen.
that was close. It was in the control room over there, and I was like, what the hell?
Oh, and you saw it peeking through the wall there? Nice. That would freak me out,
Yes,
too.
sir.
Yeah.
When will I do viewer games? Beginning of next month at some point. Yeah. Also, side note, September
Pull the door.
is coming up, and I think
music
the
box.
pricing for that starts in like 2 days, I think. Did you say all music box like it wasn't a good thing, sir?
Oh, no. Aw, as in it's so cute.
Oh.
Like, aw. It's trying to be a cursed item.
How dare you?
I turned the power on.
Roger that. How rude. Got done playing. I was waiting to join the friends lobby. I saw a private lobby that said cheapest levels not free. Join Discord, so the Discord lobby is making money off selling level. Oh no, Hayes, that's been around for quite a while. Oh yeah, people cheating or boosting or doing all that stuff. Oh yeah, trust me, they're working on it to get those people banned. Yeah, thoughts on it? It's crummy and gross and fucking weird. Took a screenshot. Well, reporting in game is the best thing that you can do. It makes it's the easiest way for. It's in this main lobby.
It would be. What the hell?
The temps are like 5 degrees.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
It does not feel like we're supposed to be in September already. No. Talvanor, hello. How are you? Yeah. Oh, I brought my light. Son of a bitch. All right. Go there. I'm gonna put dot book. Book. Is there a comp Phas? No. No. Because of that camera, I'm gonna put a book here and here and Dutski. So I'm gonna put that here. Hey, stop trying to put your crotch in my face. Alright, the light's on in there, so the ghostie's not going to be doing that much. JDT, what's up, man? What you doing?
Well, I put a crucie down up there, and I put some cameras over here, and
Okay.
I'm about to turn the lights off and do some spur box.
Oh my god.
As you do.
Alright. Here, I'm going to leave the UV over here just in case it walks into the salt for
I
you.
believe in you. All right.
I think I just heard Spirit Box.
Hey, it's you!
What'd I say?
You said you were right here!
No, but I'm over here.
But you said you were right here! It was
But I'm in the
definitely you.
truck. I can't be there.
No, your answer's in the box. You're clearly right here.
Right here.
He did the thing. Oh, Stumpy's. Let me get UV. Where-
He got my voice on the Spirit Box.
I think I was in time to confirm that we don't have ultraviolet.
Roger that. We're still in pro. I think we were just doing pro for funsies. I see no orbs. Yeah, it's pro right now, just for fun. Yeah. Shadow, thank you for the follow. How are you?
What you got?
Nothing.
Yeah, I didn't get UV on the one, except in the salt that was to the right.
Okay. Well, we've got everything in there. I'm gonna bring these just to give it something to do.
Yeah.
Daily, hello. Phas is going
I
well.
guess we can track it.
Watching the vids on YouTube. Found the live? Let's go, dude. Welcome in. Stupid rain.
Oh, ew. going? 5?
Ghosty. Freezing. More Onryo twins.
You said freezing, sir?
Yeah.
I do like to seeing what other people do stuff, because that, I don't need to ask the question.
That is nice. That's a really nice touch. Hey, we have EMF 5.
Ooh, freezing and EMF 5.
All right, I'm gonna go get a sound recorder. BRB. That'll do, pig. Weird question. Obviously scary game, but there's a way to be less scared of it. The suggestion I always give people is to not add any evidence and go inside and let the ghost kill you. Desensitize yourself a little bit. All right, I'm gonna bring the sound recorder, bring the crucifix, gonna bring the smudge. I'm gonna go inside, gonna not die. All right, I don't know where the other one is. There's my extra smudge. Oh, sound.
What do we have here? Music box.
Oh, Ghosty's taking a dump. Careful. Is that what you sound like when you're on the toilet?
That's a freezing temperatures. What I did? I didn't do anything.
Check the sounds. If you check the sounds, you'll hear it. If you're like me, just scream the entire time. Right. Do you know how much fun it is to run around with Eric whenever Eric is screaming? Good Lord. Hi, butthole. What are you doing?
Oh, that's totally the noises I make when I first wake up in the morning.
This is the noise that I make.
Let's go. Oh, you sing? You just start. You wake up. You're like, dude.
It's more crying than anything.
Bone. We gotta find a bone. Let me look for a bone. If we do a perfect game, we can do bone.
I think that's a bug. Just hanging out, being a derp. Yeah, so you see how it's supposed to be the white background with the wave? It's like, for some reason, this was, the background was the wave, and then this, yeah, I think it's, yeah.
What is this? You want my autograph?
No, just giving you something to do. Hey, when you look at the sounds in the journal, is it messed up for you?
Let me look.
Look at the second wave.
Yeah, it's inverted.
Okay. Just making sure. Goes to eat the crucifix. Oh, those are the dark mode waves. You bitch! Wait, did that still count? Oh. Oh my god, I'm sorry. It was a prank. Okay, I take it back. I'm the bitch. Oh, man. I'll take it. That's a $5. Now there's no light in here. What an ass. Hey, Carrie, how are you? How's it going, friend? Ghost is about to hunt Chinggis in 3, 2, 1. Never mind. Hey, Ghost, do you want to hunt Chinggis? Nice. You don't think it's an Aswang? I also don't think it's an Aswang. Yeah, look at this. Wait, did they add dying cats onto this map? Ah, the dying cat update.
Yeah, it's a great one. Sir, when we get into the truck, I need to take a super quick BRB.
Old man potty break?
Yes, sir.
Roger that. All right. Twins. Oh, look, they're fine here. They're just inverted in the book. Look. Book inverted. Board fine. So that's good to know. How's the PC been treating you today? Today it's still been kind of stuttery a little bit. So I've been trying to keep my eyes on like my GPU memory, which have been fine. So we'll see. Yeah, twins. Love it. Your sanity, bro, like I could never. What? Ramjet, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome. All right. He's BRBing so he can go old man potty. So we're going to let him do his potty. Let him do his potty. We will chill and wait. Yeah, I am suspicious. I am suspicious of something with StreamerBot. I really am. Your photo camera is broken in the game? Report it. Yeah, make sure to report it. It's your fault. I'm over here playing the weird game. Don't blame me that you're over there playing weird games about sausage. Okay, blame Glay. I think Glay was the starter of it. Streamers have to potty? Oh yeah, this one especially. Yeah. This one goes BRB for old man potty breaks. No questions asked. Chinggis is doing what the... yeah, basically. Yeah. Why the hell is that red? Well, he did start the sausage train. Yeah, he did. He did indeed. Here, let's get a look at the equipment. Clay was patient zero of the sausage game. That's correct. There you go. Nice little slow go. Any issues picking up the video camera? No issues picking it up, but sometimes it breaks. That I have gotten. Did they fix the flashlights? You can't pick up 2 flashlights anymore. Does your mug say Camp Crystal Lake? Yes. Yes, it does. Some B-roll, Point Hope. Dude, I mean, B-roll on Point. Listen, I would love the ability to fly around the maps. I would love to get that kind of B-roll. That'd be great. Nice ring. Thanks. It's my second one. Because a while back when I was cutting something with a circular grinder, the grinder hit my ring instead of my finger. And when I went to go put the ring down when I was washing my hands once, it just literally snapped in half at the sink. So I bought another one. But you know, that's life. Some people there. Look here, see, you just put your body up against stuff and you just do the slow cinematics. See, like that. You just have to find walls that are flat, that don't have bump outs. Save my finger? Probably. Yeah. Yeah, see? Or you can go this direction and do one of these guys. You just have to find the right angle so that way it'll like slow go. And then when it slow goes, you just hold it. What if they add an animation of the character driving location instead of loading screen? I feel like that would be, while that would be cool, I feel like it'd be too much for this game. Because I feel like it would be that much, people would complain. Like, I know the other side has it, and it is cool. As long as the game is speedy about it, it's cool. But yeah, all kinds of cinematics. You can go up here. You can get the up top view, and the nice thing about this one is that you've got something in the foreground right here. So if you go like this, the nice little separation, the reveal. If you want to get real snazzy about it, you use a controller that will slowly do like the lift. Do I have my controller? Oh, I don't think I have a cable available. Do I?
All right, I'm back. Hi! Oh my God.
Hi, 1 second.
Yep.
Well, let's see what happens. I haven't plugged this in a while. Let's see. Yeah, so what you do when you're using a controller, what I used to do is I would go 50% speed, and then I would find just spots where it wasn't so sensitive. Oh God. Where it wasn't so sensitive. I don't know what the buttons are on controller. There's my crouch. Okay. I guess I don't really need the crouch. But then you just do the joysticks really, really slowly. And you go down the stairs and you would go... Hold on, let me try again. I messed it up. Basically, you need to slow your movements down. You slow your movements down, and with the movements really, like when the joystick doesn't move as much and it's a less of a sensitivity, then you can do really, really slow, like crane shots, like a dolly almost. Yeah.
It looks so silly from this point. I don't know.
I was messing around with the controller, showing people like what I used to do when I would get like B-roll.
All you're doing
Krepta, thank you for the raid. Welcome in.
Back and forth, like your arms and your legs, because you were stuck on the railing.
Yeah.
You're just doing this little like wiggle shimmy thing. Yeah. Wiggle, 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 wiggle.
Yeah. Listen, it makes sense if you don't think about it, okay?
Your bling necklace is extra bright when you're up there looking down on me, by the way.
Oh, my bling. Let's go.
I'm just like, okay. We're just gonna pop out the gold necklace.
How goes the evening? The evening goes well. How are you?
Looking like cousin Vinny over here.
My cousin, the two Utes.
Alrighty.
So we don't have to do the restricteds. We could.
We really don't. I actually need willows too. I'm still not done with my willow bed.
Well,
so I'd love to do some willows. Yeah, good classic willow, comfy, cozy professional in.
I'm in.
I mean, this is gonna be like 5 seconds for you and me together.
No, it's not. Watch. It's gonna be a pain in the ass now that he's said that. This is gonna be all his fault.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the
Is fog.
Oh my God, you got a like weird echo going on there.
This has been that way since they've released it.
Oh, I never noticed.
Oh,
I can't remember the last time I played this map with somebody.
Yeah. This echo has been that way for quite a while.
All right, lead the way, boss.
All right, I'm gonna take you right to the ghost, okay?
I believe in you. Let's do this.
Watch this.
Hey, I found the ghost. It's Ghost Orbs.
No, you did not.
I swear to God.
Oh my God. I knew that because I found the bone right here.
Yeah.
See, that's how you know where the ghost room is, because you find the bone.
Oh, is that what it is? See, I thought I saw that third prong on the second palm tree to the left, and I knew the ghost was in the living room.
Uh-huh. People are fun. Rumors are fun. Give me that. Give me this. I don't really need this, but it doesn't hurt. I'm gonna go salt it.
Oh yeah. We've got it. Don't forget to crack an egg in the living room to make sure.
Roger that. Make sure that it's black egg, right? Ghost room.
Yeah, black eggs mean ghosts. Yeah.
Probably not salt. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Okay, I don't think so. Gonna have to nerf the tree. Nerf? What do you mean nerf the tree? What the hell does that mean? All right, give me a smudge. Give me another crucifix. What's
Hey,
else like
there's
this?
dots, and it's a crawly baby.
Oh yeah?
Oh my god. I didn't know you were there. And the increased echoey voice is even worse. Oh god.
What do you mean it's echoey? It's just a really big truck.
Wow.
Sorry.
I hope you have a big truck, because I'm gonna put my bike in it.
It's a they.
Yeah, I got a ghost riding photo and ghost riding video. Hell yeah.
Wow, dude.
Hey, we have ghost riding.
It's a Beyonce. Or a Taylor Swift, whichever you choose.
I get it.
I'm gonna go turn the power on.
All right, I'm gonna look for the cursed item.
Turn the juice on. Oh my god. Doing great, sweetie. Archmage, how are you? Here. How do we know it's a they? Evidence. Do we have... So he's... I'm gonna go get the sound recorder. Let's go get the sound recorder. Doing good, heard Taylor Swift and figured it was the right time. I'm gonna get that sound recorder, get this, because we can do sound. He can get a video of this. Yeah. McSaucy, how are you? Evidence, my dear Watson. It's my jam, bro. Thank you, Destiny.
Alright, Ghosty, show yourself now. Do the dotty dots.
Hey, Lucas. Ew. Ew.
Got it.
Got a sound. Nice. Oh,
Ooh, very nice, sir. Oh.
totally forgot to put that down. All right, that's enough. Ghosty.
Do you
Thanks
have
for
an
the
incense
update.
on you?
Do I have what on me?
An incense?
I do.
Okay, cool. I don't, so.
Oh, okay.
I'm counting on you.
Come on, Ghosty. Here, I got you covered. Ready? She gassed at herself. That's right.
Oh, wait. Oh.
Salt. Salt.
Black? Not
Salt.
black. Black.
Salt.
Not black. Black. Not black.
Pink Himalayan.
Oh, where was that?
Over that away.
What did it touch?
No, nowhere. Hey, Krusty, what's up, man?
Camera's
How's it going? Going well. Mr. Chingus and I are trying to get some ghosties.
Oh, it's a crawly baby, so we gotta move that down.
We don't have to move it down.
Sure you do.
Okay. Hold
It
on.
just makes logical sense.
Give me the motion
right?
sensor. Where's it walking right now?
I have no idea.
First, let's figure out where it is.
Use the motion sensor to figure it out.
Ghosty.
I actually don't see the orb anymore.
Oh, well, that might explain it.
But
Did
it
it
could
move
just
in
be
here?
because it's light time.
Could you say because it's light time? Here, turn light.
Yeah, light time. It's light time. Yeah, I don't see a ghost orb.
Well, look in here, you goofus.
I'm trying. I still don't see a ghost orb.
What the hell? Is it in the gym?
Wait. We'll try it in the gym. No ghost orb. What the French toast?
Are you fucking with us and it's just sitting in here in the front room?
No, sir. No, sir. Here, give it a shot. I mean, it's back up to 4 degrees, 6 degrees. Yeah, it's going up.
It's because the orb is right here. So.
You know what? I'm gonna get an incense just for a good measure. Don't die.
Roger that. Hallway ghost. Well, it's a good thing I put that there.
Oh.
The second I put the Cruci down, it decided to nums.
I got that photo.
Nice. All right, there's Ghosty.
All right, we got all the photos.
See how it just set that motion sensor off?
Yep. It didn't give me credit for that recording, but I did see it set it off. Up is smudge. We're good.
See if that counted.
Oh, here, I'm putting that down. I'm getting the dots. Maybe we can get a dots.
Oh, can we delete the second groaning, please? That wasn't groaning.
Yep.
Hey, Davey. Stupid ghost.
All right, got videos. Come on, Ghost. Do the things and the stuff and the stuff and the things.
Oh, were the lights faded? Oh, I didn't even pay attention. Oh, I kind of want to dupe now. I didn't even notice. Yeah, F that door.
Yeah, I don't like
Ghost
that
name.
door either.
It's a female ghost model. It's the kid ghost.
Why would you give us blowies?
Because it's selfish.
Ghosty, it's your birthday. Oh my God.
It's
you
gonna blow
the
out. That's gonna
candle
go out on its own. That's on its last little
It is.
little leg.
It's very much so. Okay, all right. Thanks for that.
Oh, didn't even record. I hate it here. Wow, dude.
Oh, that didn't record. Oh, man.
Okay, I think I got that audio though. Oh, hey, there's the dot child.
All right, I got Dot's Ghost.
Hey, you gotta delete the groaning.
I did.
What the dick? No, you didn't.
I keep clicking it.
Oh my God. What are you? You were clicking the wrong thing, weren't you? That whole time.
No, I wasn't.
You are a lying sack of trash. The ghost is laughing at you.
It's not funny. I was clicking the thing.
You were clicking the wrong thing.
All right.
I know you were.
No. We have all the unique stuff. Yeah, we just have to do the optionals. Sanity, cleanse, and repel.
Repel, cleanse, sanity. Okay. I know he was. Joe, thank you so much for the 5 months, man. I'm bringing in extra smudges. Wait, what was it? Repel, cleanse 25. Yeah. Let's new pack of matches. Might as well. Audrey, 19 months. Thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Very close to the daily. Gotta head to bed. Have a great night. Night, Valkyrie. I brought in extra smooges.
Okay.
Ow! Oh man!
Ow! That's all right. Damn kids are like cats. Just put that in there. It'll be fine.
Fuck that thing. Yep.
Money on it being a crawler. Mama Bear, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, you know damn well it's gonna be a crawler.
This
Definitely.
sack of crap. Crusty curtains. Thank you for the 8 months, man. Welcome back. Tier 2. Here it comes. Here it comes.
Hey, what happens if I do this?
I don't know. You
Nothing.
You get a
Literally nothing. Yeah.
What happens when I do it?
Oh, it's an age today.
I'll just age it a little more. That's
We
all.
do need to cleanse it.
Yeah, I guess. Here, eat this. Here, get yourself something nice. Oh my god! It was following me. God, go away. We don't want it. Oh my god.
Just try it, man.
It's lifting some of these objects really, really high. Maybe it wants to play Nintendo.
Here, I'll turn it on for it.
Here, play this. Leave us alone.
You suck, kid. All right. Let's see here.
Ever get dizzy doing that? Nah, it's all right.
Oh, we just need sanity.
All right.
I'll do this again.
Will the cards provide?
They got rid of some sanity.
All right, let's see what they do to mine. Ghost fight. Yeah. All right, you're up, Slugger.
We nailed it. Okay. So perfect game or bust now at this point, man. Oh, that's a fool.
That's fool.
You're
ready?
a fool.
You're a fool.
Oh, what you get?
Tower card. Yuck.
Hello? Was that the last one or did they disappear?
Oh shit.
I saw you throw them down.
There's no way we drew 10.
I saw them.
Oh no.
I saw them get thrown into the floor.
Oh, no.
You did the little animation and they just went whoop.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, well, I mean, that's just a successful game night. That's how I rule that.
I want to see. I wonder. Do you think the basement doesn't go over
Are they
this
in the-
far, right?
Yeah. Wait.
Does it?
Yeah. I think so.
Okay. We could try and see. Maybe they glitched through the floor. Oh my god.
Yeah, we can see that. Here, let me grab this extra smudge.
All right. What the hell? The floor said nom nom. Yeah, it doesn't go over enough.
No, this isn't it over here.
No, because you're by this point up there. The kitchen is over like here-ish, and then the front door would be way over that way.
Okay, so would they respawn in the truck if they actually fell through the map?
The great question. I wonder if they did,
Let's go
because they
check.
did not respawn back where they were. house is a mimic. Yeah, we got a little hungry. Game, fuck off.
They are not in the truck, sir.
All right, well, we tried.
All right, pushing the button.
Okay.
I got it. Here, have some.
Okay, I got it. Thank God. Attempt was made. We drew all the cards that we could. There was nothing else we could do.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Drew the cards so hard they went through the floor. Sorry.
I mean, you like hardcore yeeted them, man. I saw it.
Sorry.
It was like like you turned into Gambit there for a minute, man.
I'm sorry.
You're like, ha, cards. Yeah.
My bad. I'm sorry. My bad.
Oh man. Yeah, it didn't feel like it was 10.
No, it was not. There's no way that was 10.
I mean, they didn't actually land on the floor. That's why I was thinking, mate, maybe we pulled it, and then nope, they just went whoop. Okay.
They went whoop.
I guess I'll report that too. Got plenty of reports to do.
Found a screenshot I had taken when it first came out, and it did say the 0 second grace, right?
Let's go.
Everyone loves a ridge view. Maybe it sends to Hangman. It knew. It saved us.
All right, we're
Ferris
here.
Bueller, you're my
Take a look at the
hero.
equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
What's up, D? Welcome in. Jack, thank you for the follow. Chaotic, thank you for the follow. Ray, welcome in. Hello. Post it in fast chat? Yes, please.
Okay, we have a Herald. What's the weather like? Oh, it's foggy.
It's nice and foggy, sir.
Fine. It's fine. I'll take the fag. Take the fag.
All right. I'm gonna go find the juice. No cards this time. No cards. No mirror. No board. We got us a voodoo doll. You're not holding it yet. Night, Juju.
I'm gonna love him and hug him and squeeze him until he falls in the tiny little. Wait a minute, he's working properly. What the? Is it just that map?
I don't know. He seems okay.
What the hell? What the hell?
I haven't gotten to see or use the new update yet. You like it? I do. I do. The stuff has been good. It's just funny that we're finding.
I
like,
almost pushed one, and then I had flashbacks of poor Aldi.
You better relax yourself. I'm gonna start checking temps. 15, 13. Let me go this here. 15. That's open. Nope. Nope. This one I.
Hey, this house isn't haunted, sir.
All right, well, time to go home. Yeah, I can't wait for the rework of this one
There's a
either.
scapula in this bathroom, though.
Did we check all the way back here? It could be a basement for all we know. Hold on. I guess we got a wall liquor in the basement.
Hey, it's in the Bose.
I just tried to say basement and ghost all at the same time. And what you got is a boat.
I thought you were talking about like a sound system. We got a Bose? Let's go.
Yeah, we got a boat. We got boats in the basement.
Is that Bose? What the hell? Got one of them Bose I heard about.
Yeah, it's got them deep basses in them Bose.
Bose. That lamp liquor.
Here.
Right.
Okay, that's good. Oh, that was the ghost event, so that's not EMF 5. Wow, we burned 30% sanity there. Okay.
You're at 30%.
All right, I'm just gonna put one of these back. I'm gonna grab this.
I'm gonna try something here. See what this does. Licking the lead paint. Yeah, we all know there's lead paint there. You know it. I know it. We all know it. I put that back. Turn that off. Let's see what this. I'm just testing things real quick, just to see what they do. Oh God. That's good. That's good. That. I gotta pay attention to that more. Okay. Oh wait, where am I going? I have almost everything I need. Got it.
Power's off.
Oh, to turn it back on. It's down there by the ghosty. There you go.
Yeah.
See, it's fine.
All right, I got the cursed item and I got the bone.
Okay.
Get a little crucifix action.
I'm not seeing any herbs.
It's so dark.
It is.
can
It
barely
does feel
see.
very, very dark. I'll watch the streams. Don't play much Phas. One of the top references I want to do. Nice. Appreciate you, man. Matthew, welcome in. Hello. I'm gonna bring salt, UV, and a smooch.
Dahlia said goodnight.
Good night, Dahlia. Miss you.
All right. What are these optionals going on here? Video
Do we
camera.
have any evidence right now?
Prevented from hunting with the curse. Dude, we have nothing.
What the? Got burned out on Phas, returning after a month-ish. Oh, got you. Yeah, I mean, if you're getting burnt out, it's always a good idea to take breaks. Take breaks, play other stuff. There's plenty of other games to try. All right, no touchies. No writing.
Oh.
Hoodies. What the hell? Half of its foot's in the wall.
Here, show me him.
Writing.
Okay.
Ooh, it's all happening so fast.
Oh,
this
I
could be
didn't
a
get the
demon.
video fast enough this time.
Uh-oh.
Yikes. I don't know. I've had a crucifix down here a good amount of time, sir. So, I didn't have
Okay.
burned it yet. Well, I mean, we can definitely check freezing.
All right, I saw that.
2, 1.5, 3.5, and 2.5,
Did you already get 3 sounds?
and 1.5.
Oh, wait,
I haven't
no
gotten any sounds
Okay,
yet.
I'll try to get some.
Yeah. Let me get some pictures here real quick.
Oh, what the?
Already got that.
What the?
You okay?
Well, it was here and then it was gone.
Oh.
Hey, Tachi.
It said
So
no,
what
F
I'm
you.
starting to wonder, I'm wondering if something's happening. So the, oh, more steppies. The, okay, no, never mind. Hold on, I'll keep my eyes peeled. I'm trying to watch the action history of
All right, I got feet pics.
StreamerBot whenever I notice there's
I
a
got
bunch
the
of
feed
lag.
pics. They'll be available on my OnlyFans a little later.
How much?
Checking Spirit
Hey,
Box
how much?
again. Only $1.99 a month, sir. It's really low tier.
It's not
I
bad.
do it for the fans.
That's a gentleman right there.
Absolutely.
So when your team crosses off something in the journal, it crosses off in your book. Yes.
Freezing.
Yummy.
Pictures are all done.
Nice.
All right, Ghosty, throw something. Throw something. Do something. Give us a little something.
Made an update. They did. The next quality of life update
We
just
need the
happened.
videos.
All right, you want a video? Here it comes.
Touch your
Ready?
door. I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. Turn around. It was me. Can you post a link? You cannot. What's the link for?
It was me, Jessica.
No, because if you try to
Oh
post a
my
link,
God.
it'll delete it.
All right.
Round 2, fight. You can get that one.
I didn't record. It took the door, and then I even tried to re-record, and then it like glitched out. God damn it.
It's hunting. Run, chickens, run! Yeah, what was the link for? D8. You did good, kid. What's up, Chaotic? How are you?
Yeah, that was close. just up wasn't smudge. I
couldn't
panicked.
tell this. I wasn't paying attention to the speed.
It seemed normal to me.
Seemed normal. Okay.
Now we'll validate, but yeah.
Roger that. Doing good. It's a link that you can link your game list, and it randomizes a game. You mean like for Steam?
Our first hunt has our sanity in the 20s, sir. Just so you know.
Ooh, roger that. None of these ghosts say like that. Every time it gets close to you in a risky hiding spot, my teeth grind. No, the fridge ain't risky.
Yeah. Maybe Obamba. I think that's why you were thinking different speeds.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see without line of sight speed up and see what happens. Super. What's up, friend? Likes, good to see you. Hello. I'll just wait here. I scared myself right there. My hand shook. I thought I almost dropped my drink. I thought I almost dropped the coffee on my desk. I was like, oh my God. What is the thumb doing? Caressing the smudge. Speaking of drops, when are the next set for the badge wreath going? The badge wreath? What? It's for Steam? I don't know if I'd like that. That sound quiet. Just got home from work, excited to see a couple of hunts. How's the ghost been? The ghost have been
watching it. It's not a pulp. It went around the table twice, and there's still plates and cups and forks untouched.
It seems normal speed, and this might be a quiet. This might be a miling, sir. I'm gonna check one more time.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to do a Steam randomizer, because then, I mean, are you legit, like, are you using it the correct way where no matter what you're playing what it gives you, or do you randomize and go, I don't want that. Another random. I don't want to play that, because what's the point of random if you're going to choose like that? There's a badge hanger thing. Oh, the badge hanger thing. Oh, what did you call it? You call it a wreath? Yeah, the 6th anniversary thing, that'll happen for the 6th anniversary, which should be next month. They haven't announced it or anything, but we've noticed it in game. What's up, Jordy? Hello, how are you? Yeah, I'm getting suspicious of StreamerBot with the either the lights changing or with stream the stream streaks that I have for channel points that we added. I'm wondering if they're causing issues. I'm a little curious. Hit random again if you didn't like the game. But yeah, that's what I'm saying though. It's like that to me that defeats the purpose of doing random. Appeared on the thing. No, you're okay. No worries. Like if I want to do like a random restaurant, the point of me doing that is because I want a random restaurant. I don't want to have it do a random restaurant and then give me a restaurant and I'm like, well, I don't want to do that. I'm what?
You're highlighted gold.
Well, thank you. That's called, like, the kids call that aura.
Flash aura farming with his bling and his golden aura.
Wait, does this help?
No, that kind of ruined it.
Shit.
It's like, see there, it's bad. Yeah, it's the dark. It's the contrast. It's really cool looking.
Hold on, here. Go over there.
Okay.
Ooh. Oh, I see.
Oh, am I aura farming right now?
You are aura farming, sir. Yes, you are.
Am I sexy on this corner right here?
Oh, well, you were.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Like that?
Nope, that's gone. That ended so fast. That ended so fast. I like that. Am I aura farming?
Am I doing the thing?
Oh my god. I'm wondering if I disable the ability to do the check-in and like the user streak stuff, if that would do something.
It would be really scary if a ghost suddenly walked upstairs behind me right now.
Nope.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, we have crucifixes down there, don't we?
Oh, fuck.
Do you know what kind or when we get another event? I mean, so let me put it like this. If I knew about something coming up and I could talk about it, I would talk about it. If I knew of something coming up and I couldn't talk about it, I wouldn't be able to tell you because of an NDA.
Well, one of them was completely burned up. There's the other one.
All right, there we go.
All right.
Hey, Spicy. Okay. Possible rip to streaks? Maybe. I mean, the watch thing, the watch whatever, it's still there. The watch streaks are available. The reason we did the check-in in the first place is because we didn't have that before.
Coming from the dark pathway.
Yeah.
His golden illumination makes you feel warm and comfy inside. Almost like you too could play this game at home. That's right. Okay, that just makes him look like an evil ghost. Now you look like you're like Goldfinger from 007 or something. Okay, he's aura farming. He's on.
Wait a minute. Oh shit, I could be dead. This isn't a myling. Is this a Pulte? Sir, are you sure this isn't a Pulte?
Look, there's still stuff here. Let me grab another incense because I burned mine by accident.
Okay. I mean, we were down. It's not a myling.
The whole time.
This is not a myling.
Is this the
either a demon or either a super lazy demon or a Pulte?
I watched it walk past the dining room. Like that's like the fourth or fifth time it's walked past that table.
Right.
There's still untouched silverware and plates on it. Like a typical Pulte wouldn't do.
Scooter Man, what's up, dude? Justin, hello. Snowline, welcome in.
I'll even bring you a can.
If I do it now, I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's at the end of stream. This might be the perfect time to test it. Like turning off the stream streak stuff and just see what it does. Night Pumpkin. Duckster, what's up, man? Just to see, because at this, I've just been troubleshooting this for like 2 weeks, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. If it doesn't do it, then I'll turn them right back on, and it's fine. How are you able to differentiate ghosts? By their abilities, by their evidence, and the way that they act. I will be there in a second, sir. All right. Let's see. Viewer rewards. Channel points. For now, we're going to turn off the I'm here. Chingus is about, well, he's getting hunted. I'm not going to say something.
You ready?
Almost. Amount of people to check in, the amount of times I have checked in might slow things down. I'm curious. I hope that's not what it is. This is a Pulte. Look at how the throws. Yeah, I'm pretty sold as a Pulte, sir.
Yeah, that's a Pulte. So why the hell? Hold on.
That's definitely a Pulte. Yeah, but it was still, I mean, it's not just going to do a single clear. Like, it was throwing a lot of the crap around it.
I was like oh, okay. When you weren't yeah.
Night bugs.
Look, after that hunt, I was with you. It's fine.
Okay.
It was the mega yeets that did it for me.
All right.
But no, I could have.
I still gotta turn this off.
It first hunted, I was standing at the doorway looking in from the window, and it went around that table like 3 times and left like half the stuff there. I'm just not used to Pulties doing that. Pulties are normally like, yeah, fuck this table, man.
Poor Chingus.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
All right, so I turned off I'm here. Let me go into this. Go to action.
Ooh, sanity meds, salt, and sound. Wait, am I 42? No, I'm not 42. Goal is 42. I've got time. No, Stranglewood. We're doing Stranglewood.
I'm down for a Stranglewood.
I'm in to strangle some wood.
Excuse me? I'm just going to disable everything that's involved with this one because I can just enable them easily if I have to.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. We have a Jan Jackson. Let's go.
And to even amp up.
Let's go. I'm a big fan of her.
Trying to do things.
I saw things one Super Bowl. It was great. We're going to get a photo of the ghost, an oomph, and an incense. All right.
I'm doing double the trouble. Okay.
I know my presence is shocking. You can't even respond, but I'm going to go find the ghost. I'll be back.
All right, let's see what happens now. On for a while. That purple badge is cool. I love it. I came back and it's in the truck. Oh, the ghost? God, it's always downstairs. Gosh dang it. All right, let's try that. Bobby, welcome in, man. Did your character change? I don't think so. Wait. Did it?
Found the boner. Found the ghost. It's right here. He just threw that pillow.
Hey, Chingus.
Yes.
Am I my normal character model?
Yes.
Okay.
Am I not?
No, you are. You are. I just...
Okay.
I was... Yeah. My hand color looks so weird.
You're your normal self, sir.
Oh, no.
Are you okay?
So, I'm noticing something weird again. So, like, my hand color is weird, and my watch. Oh, wait. Oh,
I mean, your
okay.
arm is
What
definitely
the fuck?
really fucked.
Hello?
My
shirt is different. I don't see my necklace anymore, and I can't see my watch completely.
I think this might be what people are reporting to me in chat.
Look at your watch.
PS5 players are saying for all of it. Oh yeah, my watch is covered by my jacket. Ah,
apparently
look
this
at
is
that.
being reported as something for Tanglewood.
Oh, it's a tangle. So that means that the Frank issue could be a lighthouse issue.
Maybe, yeah.
Your hand is all jacked up, but if you look at my stream, you're normal to me. You're normal. Your
Your wrist is very bent.
Oh, you should see yours.
It's an L's too.
Hey, girlfriend.
Hey.
You come here often?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
What the hell is going on, man? So the reflect. Hold on. What the? No, that has nothing to do with it. Is it? Okay, so something else, Mr. Ching.
Yeah. Yeah. What's up? Mm-hmm.
Is this bathroom oddly
It is-
lit?
It is.
Does that reflection look
even
like the
more-
reflection of when the light is on?
Yeah, it is. And if you go back to that corner there.
Yeah.
Okay, you remember how I said you had golden aura before?
Yeah.
You literally look like a bronze statue.
Okay, go over there. Go over there. Normal? Not normal.
Yeah.
All right, we're finding all kinds of fun stuff.
It's okay. Hey, we got ghost orbs.
Sweet, touch it. You know, at least when I'm playing with somebody else, I can feel less insane. Because when I have somebody else experiencing the same things that I am, it's like, okay, all right, well, that's okay. That's not bad. Got that new filter. Yeah, I guess so. I suppose so. Upchuckery. That's a $5, my friend. Hold on. Got it. Look at that. Look at that. I got nothing. Wonder if the boundary is jacked again. I don't know.
That's an interesting theory.
What's that?
Flash is turning golden to impress me because Dahlia went to sleep already. That's what's happening. He's using his
Yeah, but if she's
content
not
creator
awake,
magic.
but if she's not awake, then I don't have much to, that's gonna fight back against me because she's not conscious right now.
Oh yeah, that's it. That's right. He's into it. Yeah.
Yeah. Easy. Easy peasy. All right, so just orbs right now. We do that. If it touches the window, I'll see UV on it if it's there. Our drops out yet. What drops? Patch notes say when playing on Tangle, Nell, Sunny Restricted, or Sunny Meadows, the player may spawn as their chosen character. What the shit? Alright, EMF 5, orbs. I mean, Obake is on the table. Spirit box, ultraviolet. Right, that's Ghosty? Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Oh.
Aww.
That's an
Pictures
Obeka. That's an
uploaded.
Obeka cake.
Hey! Oh, bakes me some cookies, baby.
Hey,
Hell yeah.
we need a photo of the EMF.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm gonna wait for it to do something.
Oh.
It's in my soul. Where did it do this?
I got that as an EMF 5 photo.
I'll take it. And then we need a photo of the ghost. Ready? EBM, what's up, dude?
Show yourself. Show yourself.
Hi.
Manifest.
Oh, the ghost. Sorry.
Hi. Yeah.
Sue, what's up? How are you? So about that ghost photo. I'm gonna get Norm. Chilling, making the round. Stop number 1. You stop it.
Here's a camera. I'm gonna go get a smudge.
All right.
Oh wait, I have a smudge.
Nice. Here, you want your camera back?
And that's how you get Flash to take the pictures for you.
All right. I'm gonna pop in a tape and we'll watch this.
Oh. Okay. What's on?
Dinosaurs.
Oh. Not the mama.
Knock the mama.
Not the mama.
Oh my
Sorry,
god.
wrong nostalgic reference. I went straight to Doug because it was you.
That's okay. Listen, you can drum on a trash can anytime. Do the Skeeter noise. That's Donnie. That is not Skeeter.
I can't do it, sir.
Skeeter does the nose honk. For goodness sake.
You're gonna have to show me so I can remember.
Shit, I don't want to get the burn. Well, it should prioritize if the ghost shows up. Listen, he's on the shelf. He's right back there. I love Skeeter.
Those are the only ones I know.
Okay. Wait, which ones?
Ooh, spicy. Oh, we probably should have been recording that stuff. We do need videos.
Nah, it's overrated. I mean, if the ghost doesn't want to event for us to take a photo of it.
It's true.
What a butthole.
I have an idea.
All right.
Are you ready?
I trust you.
I don't know why. And
Go on.
okay. Hermit Fool.
It's a hermit fool.
Wheel of Fortune red. Come on. That's a Tower Fool.
Tower fool.
That's
Just got
the
all your
sun.
sanity back.
Jesus Christ. High Priestess!
High Priestess! Let's go.
Here it go. Oh, no, it's a ghost fart.
Nope,
Incoming
ball.
ghost fart.
Ball. Doesn't count.
Yep. Here we go. Death!
Wait. Wait for it. Oh no, I missed! I missed! Jingus! Jingus, I know! I get it! I think I missed.
Okay, that animation was weird, sir.
Yeah, it,
That was
I don't know where the camera is.
You definitely raise up. It's okay, we got 4.
Okay.
You raise up, and then you like look down at me, and then you like skip back a whole bunch into the corner. And then
It's meant to be. That's the way it's supposed to happen like that.
You definitely give zombie vibes right before you pop to wherever you're at for your real life.
Still can't see my watch.
And then, I'm alive!
Oh my god. Okay.
I mean, I did get the hunting ghost during that, but unfortunately there was no recording for the death. It didn't even give me a prompt.
Gotcha.
So
Giga, I hope your stream was good. Thank you for the raid.
We can get it with the video camera. It's been a while.
Oh, there's still cards in there. Just saying.
Oh. All right. Here we go. Cool. And tower. That's all the cards.
Okay. Well, you know, I had a good time. Did you have a good time?
I had a mediocre time, not gonna lie. I did enjoy the death part of it, though.
Oh, well, you're very welcome. Thank you for pulling the High Priestess card.
You are welcome, sir. See,
I appreciate it.
Cards are fine, man. Cards are fine.
They can be. In multiplayer situations, they can be fun.
Absolutely. Pushing the button.
Okay. Yeah, my sugar cereal, but it makes my teeth bacterial. Oh my god. I was like, I just read that like normal. Oh my god. EIE. Oh, thank you, Mayor.
Welcome back. I prepared some jobs for you.
Oh, bake that cake.
Nice. Nice. Level 40.
Still bum we can't record a revival. Pretty sure that is a little weird.
Ooh, just hit it too.
Look at that. Touch it.
Two more levels. Two more levels. Let's go. What haven't we? Let's mix it up.
Okay.
Let's do a little bleeze.
I'm down.
We haven't done a farmhouse yet tonight. Let's go.
The beats in the chat. I have a shirt. I forget what it's. I already forget what it's called. Oh my. What the hell?
All right, we're here.
Hi. What the hell?
Hey, just spawned in.
Oh my.
Spawned in. What are you doing? Hey.
Oh, we're touching tips apparently. Oh my god.
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
Oh man.
All right.
Donald Carter. All right. I guess we need the no banshee, no dying.
This is true.
Photo sanity paramic. You do paramic. You know damn well that thing don't fucking work for me.
All right. I'll get paramic and I'll also get a sound recorder so I can get both at the same time.
I'm checking out door paths for surprise orbs. No bonus orb.
Where's it at? Where's it at? Hi.
There it is. Yeah, that still exists, I guess. Oh, so why? Look, hey, both sides. Why does this happen? Oh my god. Bunt! Thank you for the raid. How was your stream?
That's
I mean, listen, it's been known. That's been around for a minute. Did you set the ghost type to eliminate the achievements? Yes. Why you killer tofu? No juice. Great. Play the new restricteds. How'd it go? I like them. I dig.
The power is on.
Thank you, sir. Let's go see what we can find. Yeah, something's up with the lighting, dude. The lighting is the reflect, like they did something with the reflections of windows and it is effed. I'm telling you right now, I think that's what it is. Like the lights reflecting off of the windows is causing this shit that we see on the floor. Look at this. This was not like this before. It's weird. It's really strange. I hope that they get that figured out fast. What? found a friend. Got all first floor variants. I've gotten all of them. We've played every variant. So that's a friend. His name is Lilith. And it's gone. So once it goes away, that's it. You don't see it again. I'm still noticing the hitches. How to grind money. Play high difficulties as fast as you can. Anything?
What?
I said, do you have anything?
Not yet. Where are you? I already checked outside and I'm on the second floor now.
I'm in the attic.
Huh. I mean, I guess I'll loop the first floor again.
Roger that. I'm also trying to get lucky and pick up a sound randomly, so worth a try. Cap, what's up, man? How are you, sir? Easy Wills, thank you for the 34 months. 34.
It's in the kitchen.
What the hell, dude? Why? Oh, there was something I was gonna do. No, not that. Close, you son of a bitch.
It ghost vented and broke the light.
Did you tell it to knock it off?
No, I ran like a bitch.
That's fair. I ran like a bitch. That's something to do with the brightness. Maybe you try changing something. I'm not sure. I tried everything at this point. What I could do, I mean, I could just... Oh, that's the fridge. I was like, what the hell? Oh.
Okay, I don't see orbs, but that doesn't mean anything.
Did that record that?
I don't know, did it?
Yes. I got the paranormal laughing,
Neat.
and I got the
nice.
parabolic microphone.
Oh, even better.
Even butt hair. Let's go.
Did you say butt hair?
Do you want me to? Yeah. The reflection lighting that's happening, yeah. It's making everything look like ass. Oh. It must have vented on him right there and burst the lights. Oh, I gotta save Josie. I gotta save Josie. I've also, like, another thing that I check too, for anybody that knows about that kind of stuff. I also checked my stats in OBS, and as for frames missed due to rendering lag, 11 out of over 655,000. So I don't think that is it. Skip frames due to encoding lag, 11. Is 11 a lot? No. No. Think about when it says frames, it literally means frames. So if you're streaming at 60 frames a second, that means 11 out of 60. So 11, yeah, do you know what I mean? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Slaying? How are you? All right. So that's not it. I'll have to let him know. You know, I'm keeping an eye out, Mr. Chingus, on my stuff and things.
Yeah.
Trying to see about like the stutters that have been happening.
Oh yeah. How's it going?
It's not bad. I'm noticing it today
Okay.
still. I literally turned off. I haven't completely, like, I haven't X'd out of StreamerBot. I still have it open, but I've disabled certain things.
Are you streaming on TikTok right now through Live Studio?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
My OBS stats says I've missed 11 frames out of over 655,000. I don't think that's a problem.
Nice. Nice. No, that's appropriate. Because I'm at 23 out of 807,000.
My GPU memory, normal. I'm using up almost 10 out of 16.
Dude, that's ideal. Like,
and it still is happening.
Okay, in GPU-Z, you should be able to see the temperatures on one of the tabs.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that we don't have like an extremely high hot spot that's causing some level of throttling. So that's the next thing we want to check.
Okay. What temps do I not want to see?
Anything above 95 degrees Celsius. Anything really above 90 degrees Celsius. Your hot spot can get to 100, 110, depending on where it's
90
at.
90 Celsius?
But you
Jesus
really
Christ. What is that in Fahrenheit?
Yeah. A lot.
Yeah, I see nothing. I think the highest temp I see is 60 C.
You're fucking running optimally.
Yeah, I have no idea what is.
Okay, so I mean that's good though, because that rules out hardware, and that's what we were worried about because we got you a new rig.
Right.
Right. So that means that rules out your PC specifically, but there's some other things that could be doing it. The cables that you have plugged in from your 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Thanks. I appreciate you. That's how much that is, by the way.
100 C is water boiling, so 90 C is bloody hot. Yeah. What's that in American?
Okay, so there's a couple other things that can be doing. It could be visual. It could be specific with your monitor. Right.
Okay.
Depending on, I remember what monitors you have, but there are a little data, but specifically around the cables.
We have dots, by the way.
So,
I just looked over and saw it.
Beautiful.
Yep. As we're sitting here chatting.
Do you have high quality cables? Do you remember what cables you have plugged in
to the monitor?
This is a real thing. Yeah, because you're gaming. Are you gaming at 2K like I am, or are you 1080p?
No. I'm at wait, no, maybe I am. Actually, wait, I could be lying. No, my resolution, actually I am. 2560 1440 at 165 hertz.
Okay, you're at 1440p 165.
Yeah.
Change it to 60.
Just to see?
Yeah, you're gonna have to restart the game after we get done with this one for it to fully take effect.
Okay.
But that you could be having like a refresh rate issue.
Okay.
And
my monitor is literally 165 hertz monitor.
Right. So's mine, but there's a couple other things that could be involved in that. We could be having like a cable issue, a bandwidth issue on that cable.
Okay.
We could get stuttering from that and tearing from that with your monitor because your frame rate's running at 165 at the same time that you're rendering.
Right.
Because OBS can, even though you're at 165, you're roughly at 165 frames.
Yeah.
So you're telling OBS to figure it out. To work it out to the 60 FPS that Twitch wants.
Right.
So by changing the game down to 60 hertz, you're going to limit the FPS too. By that. You're going to set your refresh rate
to the
same as what OBS wants. Man, this is such an amazing.
Just troubleshooting and getting ghosties right.
This is how ghost hunts happen, guys. This is why van princesses exist.
That's right. Because look, all this crap happened when we weren't in there.
Yeah.
He said you have to restart the game to get it to fully take effect. Yeah. Which I could do just to do a test.
But it could be a Dio.
It could be. Not a clue what they're talking about. Anybody.
Flash's
talking about PC
is
specs.
near and dear to me. I was going to actually build his computer, but the rig that we found,
it was literally cheaper
and the
to
price
get
point,
the pre-built.
It was just, I got him a 5080 with a Ryzen 9 X3D. I couldn't, his same computer, if I'd have built it by hand, to his specs would have cost right around $5,000.
Yeah.
And we got his computer around, it was on sale. It was like 2,800 or something like that.
It was close to 3.
So I'm his computer guy, so I have to help him.
He knows all the stuff.
Yeah.
He also knows things. I turned it off for a bit, Shield, to see. I'm trying to troubleshoot what's happening. All right, well, I guess go back in, yeah. All right, go there. Oh, Josie. Sorry. Still got Josie in my hand. Put a little JoJo down. We'll get a crucifix, some salt. Wait, I don't even need the salt, do I? Wait, no. Oh, we are playing on Pro. That's right. Trust the Chingus. Oh, he knows all the technical things. He is definitely a tech guru. People can't claim you can build a PC cheaper than you can buy one anymore. No, not after prices have been soaring. All right, I'm gonna put the cruci down right there.
Yeah, I put mine down right there. Oh,
all
you're
right.
gonna put it over there? That makes sense.
Oh.
Oh God! Ew! It touched my wiener. It touched my wiener. I kind of like.
Check with him and get it. It's not a bad idea. Excuse me.
Wait. I was gonna do something. What was I gonna do? Oh, EMF. There it is. And we try this.
Saw no orbs.
Where are you? Hold it. Wait, can we even get this? Where are you? How old are you? Are you friendly? Are you neat? Are you far? Give me a sign. How old are you?
Learning the stuff too. Yo, yeah. I don't know things at that kind of a level.
Okay, fuck you, Ghost. I'm a good player too. Okay. All right. Asshole.
What happened?
What? Nothing at all.
Hey, what up, Steffi? Sick bastard. Ghost fat.
Doesn't help anything.
Typical 80s, 90s nerds. Facts. Hard facts. What? Deadyard, thank you for the 23 months. Thank you for the sub, dude. Apparently some chips have already been sold out until the end of 2027.
Oh, I didn't get to see that. It sounded high pitched, but it could have been a 4.
No, it was a 3 for.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah, I peeked at it before I went away.
I didn't think it was a 5. Oh.
We're just gonna start making a mess. Good night, Slaying. Have a good one.
This ghost is stinky.
Are there any idiots guides to site sources you can learn about computers? Trust, I would read it as well.
I think we can rule out freezing too.
What are you guys doing?
Got him.
Oh my god.
He's just
Shit,
chilling.
I didn't realize this is where the party was.
Hell yeah, man.
Hey,
Up
wait.
The kitchen. We just smashed this shit. What?
Where's that steak
Oh
at?
my god. Oh my god. Don't move, Flat. Just don't do a thing. Well, first I'm gonna videotape that. Let me get this out of the way. We turn this on. Oh my god.
What?
No, don't move, don't move, don't move. Don't just What'd you do?
Why are you laughing at it?
What'd you do, man?
What are you what? I don't appreciate this.
It's fine. I'm gonna take a picture of that. Well, let me see. Do we have photos available? Because this might be worth a delete.
You know,
All right,
you
let's see
crouch
if
down
this-
laughing at my crotch is, you know.
No.
that's-
Let's see if this picture, how that shows up for you. Yeah.
I don't see anything. I see matchsticks that are kind of like glitched into me a little bit. Maybe that's it. What?
Your whole left side's collapsed in, sir. Your
What?
hand is sticking out of your waist.
What?
You're deformed, sir.
Why? What
It's
did
really
I
bad.
do?
I don't know what you did, but you have no right hand. You have no right hand. It's facing the wrong way and everything. It's really bad.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
fuck?
It's so bad, man. It's just. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's exactly what I needed. I just rubbed my eyes. Apparently.
What it looks like, it looks like I'm like putting my, like when a kid puts their arm in their shirt and they're trying to make it look like they don't have an arm.
Yeah, but why is your hand all bent backwards like that?
That's my strong hand.
It's my strong hand.
Little T-Rex arms. Rawr. Rawr.
Wait, go pick that. Oh.
Is it fixed now?
Yeah.
All right, how about now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you did hold the bread really funky for a minute, though. That was
okay.
cool.
Well, like that.
No.
Oh,
no, that was
sorry, I ruined it.
It's gone. Jeez.
I'm sorry. So, hey, about that steak. Where's that steak at?
Oh, yeah. I've got some pumpkin if you want to go a veggie option.
No, I want the. There was a steak that used to be on this board. If they removed,
I meant a sandwich earlier.
if they removed the steak,
I don't see.
Oh my God, it's here. Sorry, come here. Look at this awful thing.
What's up?
Look at it.
Oh my God.
Look at that. Looks terrible.
Did they change? They changed it.
It's been that way, but now it looks even worse. It looks darker than before.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's still good. It's still good.
No, I'll put it in here.
We just do a little. Oh yeah. We'll just soup it. They'll never know.
I tried.
They'll never know.
You
missed.
I tried.
Yeah, let me just cut
I'm
it
still
up for
getting
you.
those
Oh, I can't pick
glitches.
that up. Okay. That's fine.
All right, I'm gonna try something else for a second. I might not have chat for a minute, okay?
What's going on here? Like, where's this ghost?
Like, I won't be able to see chat for a minute. Because it won't be updating through StreamerBot. I want to keep doing tests. Well, maybe it doesn't want to play anymore because we took away all of its toys.
Oh my God. It's just... My flabbers are gasted, sir.
You can flab your gas all you want.
Yeah, it's freezing.
It's freezing?
Yeah, we gotta find a hiding spot now.
An oswald.
This doesn't work.
Nope. I'm gonna talk crap. I can still see it over there. Hey. You've not been banished. I just have to look over this way now. I didn't check. Did we see what cursed possession we had?
And have a full Oswong. Is that what's happening here?
Whoa.
Okay, there we go. Well, wait a minute. Does this one work?
I don't
because
know.
The
it's
one
a hiding
the
spot.
Stairs doesn't work.
Really?
Oh yeah. It might have been a single game bug for me, but I got an Oswong. I hid under the stairs. Okay, Alan Wake.
Dear diary.
And it walked in there and it just clapped my cheeks, and it was a confirmed Aswang.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, wait.
Stairs works for you. Okay, all right. Well, I'll science it again. Okay.
Phasmophobia by Alan Wake.
Phasmophobia.
All right. Well, I guess we have crucifixes we need to move. Yeah.
Yep. I have no idea what the cursed item is, though.
Do we exist if we're not observed? Touche.
Stuff.
What?
We want to, yeah.
What'd you say about butt stuff?
When we get done, spit on it first. But once we get done with this, restart Phas.
Yeah.
And we'll run a couple, and we'll see if that
So
helps.
I'll tell you this much. I completely turned off StreamerBot. I literally just X'd out of it. Okay. And that happened. And it seems okay as of right now.
Yeah, but unless, like, if it was Dixper or Tangia or something like that, I would kind of believe it, because that has those hooks in the game.
Right.
I don't know. StreamerBot doesn't hook like that.
No, and it takes up about...
I don't think that's it.
I was gonna say, in memory wise, it's been taking up like a gig. I don't know if it should be taking that much. Probably not.
You have
but
like 64 on your rig, I think. If I
oh my
remember
god!
correctly.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Don't move.
What?
Do not move.
I'm not moving. I'm not moving.
Okay, so because this just happened to you, you have a smudge in your hand, but it's sticking out of your coat, and now your arm is collapsed.
All right, hold on.
Hey, I think the ghost is hunting.
It's doing the same thing to me.
Oh, there you go.
How about now?
I don't know how we did it. Yeah, you're good now.
All right. How about now?
You're fine.
Okay.
Oh, load it coming. Oh, load. I don't want it. No. 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 I was like, I don't know if I don't know if that ended naturally or what. I mean,
I have no idea. He stood in front of us, just heart beating for a minute there. And I was like, here it comes. We're going to die.
So, okay. I learned something else about the Aswang as well.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if it was something that changed or if it was like we noticed a change, like it actually did something we didn't think it did. But originally we thought that after the Aswang, whenever it like came to you in an official hiding spot, we thought, okay, the next hunt, it has a 0-second grace and it just starts chasing you.
Yeah, I thought that was the case.
That's not what happens. So
oh, I do remember the devs saying that we actually hadn't discovered some of the things about the new ghosts yet.
So what we've noticed,
I was just like, don't worry, they've been challenged. The guys will get it.
Yeah.
I promise now.
So
now that they know.
What we've noticed is whenever it does that hiding spot thing, the next hunt. Oh, here comes the ghost again. Oh, on the next hunt, what it does is whenever during the grace period, it actually is moving during that grace period when other ghosts are not. You guys saw that.
I don't know what you saw. You saw nothing.
I saw that. You went right over here. You're like, oh, but I want to play.
No, everything's fine. Everything's fine. I have a smudge. Remember, everything is scripted. The ghosts are paid actors. We are professionals.
Oh my god. But yeah. So anyway, so it during that grace period, right as it starts a hunt, other ghosts are not walking around. But that one is. So like whenever that grace period begins, you can have a 5-second grace. It's walking towards the player during that 5-second grace. But whatever the grace period is. Huh?
So it's still not killing you in the 3
Correct.
seconds that's walking towards you. So if it spawns on top of you, you're like,
well, you'll hear you literally will hear it walking, but you can also see it going through motions. Like if you set a line of motion sensors, you can watch it set them off.
Oh, that's what you were doing with Pajama Pam yesterday.
Yes.
I was wondering why you were.
I was doing the test. Yes.
Okay. All right. Cool. So it's not visible during that grace.
Right.
Okay.
Oh, here he comes again. God. So persistent. Hurry up, Grandpa.
You stick.
Oh, God. He does a full loop in here.
Yeah, when he's at full speed, it still makes my butthole pucker. It really does.
He just is trying to have fun too, poor little guy. Wow. There we go. I believe now it's a 1-second grace period when ending a hunt in a spot. No,
That's fine.
No, it's the 1-second grace period refers to if you start to hunt with a cursed possession. Well, okie dokie. Aswang.
Okay. Yeah, Aswang.
Aswang.
Hey, you saved the puppy. It's a cute little puppy. I don't pet the puppy. I'll pet that dog.
You can pet that dog.
Pet the dog.
You can pet that dog.
I have pet that.
He has pet that dog. IRL pet that dog. How are they surviving? Because of the ghost. Because it's an Aswang. An Aswang cannot kill you in an official hiding
He's a pretty
spot.
puppy.
Gonna pet that dog.
What level are we? What level are we? Oh my god, I'm only 40. It's not happening tonight, dude. It's
Well,
almost midnight.
we're not like doing anything crazy here. No high multiplier.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could totally do like a cursed something, but I'm not feeling it. I'm late tired, sir. It's almost
I feel
midnight.
you, man. I feel that too.
This has been fun.
Has been good.
I mean,
fun experiences.
It's yeah. The Jake was definitely entertaining.
It's been a thing.
I'm kind of I'm honestly very surprised at the number of bugs.
I'm also a little surprised. I think the biggest one that I'm surprised by is that lighting one. The lighting is kind of effed anywhere where there's like reflections. Yeah,
well,
it's
see,
weird.
Like, the lighting stuff doesn't bug me. Like the lighting stuff is stuff that they could fix. That never bothered me. When you get like light bleeds and stuff like
the
that,
hand
that doesn't
caving into the body, that does it.
That's the line that I draw when it looks like you got 5 little penises sticking out of you.
Hey,
but I mean, you've got the
breakers.
The breakers spawning in prison in places that they're not supposed to be, and then all of the other little just so many glitches.
Yeah, there's been a lot of little random things here and there. Yeah.
Now, with that said,
fix one cost
and
10.
I know chat disagreed
They're
with me when I
small,
said
they're
that's
minimal.
still not game breaking. Even with the breaker, that's not technically game breaking.
No,
in my mind
and they're gonna fix that. No, it's not game breaking to me either.
Quick fix too.
Yeah.
Because I run all the time with breakers disabled on high customs and all of that other stuff, and I'm normally running on nightmare where I can't use my watch anyway.
So the things I think that get me are like the restricted, like we knew this was coming and they knew, okay, that we're going to release these with the quality of life update and all that jazz. And things like not thinking about the hiding spots for the restricted versions, not thinking about the fact that, oh, we have switches, like we can't even light the entirety of the restricted area because we don't have a switch in certain parts of the restricted area. Yeah, that, and like some of the other ones, like the random, like the hand caving in, like, okay, visually that's whatever. The light switch is like, no, that literally affects gameplay. You can't see.
Yeah, and there are ghosts where you just need light switches.
Right.
So I'm with you on that. It affects it, but it's still not. It's still not the game's still not broken to the point where I can't run the map. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Like the not getting to the breaker. It's a pretty big deal. And if I'm doing no evidence and the breaker works, I need that ability, right? I need to rule out a Jinn.
First objects, what about them?
There are times when it can be, but there's still other ways around it. You just you can still tell if it's a Jinn.
Right.
Yeah, it's not as bad as when they first came out with the character customization. I was angry. I was like, this is unplayable almost.
Fair enough.
So I'm okay with this. I'm gonna be watching to see how they respond to patching.
Same.
And patch timelines
We're gonna do the same thing
on this one. So I withhold all judgment. But I had a lot of fun tonight. Thank you for the last minute invite.
Thank you for the game, sir. Appreciate you.
Yeah, you have a wonderful night.
No, you have a wonderful night.
You go pet that wonderful dog. Oh,
I will.
Wait. Hold on. No. We have to do something first. Shit. I'm trying to end. I need you to restart Phaz, and we have to run one more to see with streamer bot on to see if the 60 hertz helps you.
Oh. Okay, we can do like a really, really fast run. Let me switch it.
Yeah, it'll be fast.
See.
We just need to do. Yeah, we just need to see.
I'll restart the game real quick, and then I'll rejoin the lobby. Okay, bye. All right. So we're going to restart Phasmo, and then we're going to rejoin him.
Welcome back. I've prepared some job speed.
Okay. Seems a bit thoughtless on the gameplay standpoint. I don't know if it's that they didn't think about it or if it's legit like it was intended to be there, but then something happened. I don't know. But I mean, the thing I think about is the fact that there are people that test these things. They test the game and they test the gameplay, and like either one of two things is happening. Either A, they're testing it, telling somebody, and somebody's not fixing it, or they're not saying things about it. It's one or the other.
Welcome back.
All
I've
right.
got some jobs ready for you.
Let's see what happens. So for now, we're just trying to eliminate what's going on to see what the hell is happening with the game, and see if we can make it schmoove. We didn't find the cursed objects on high school. Really? Yeah, I'm back.
Oh man, look at this guy. It's almost like I just played with him for the last almost 4 hours.
Oh, God.
Was there any map that it was noticeably worse? Or
no.
could you just see it in the lobby here?
No, the lobby, funny enough, I don't think I even noticed it in the lobby. I noticed it with just random gameplay.
Okay, well, let's just go to Willard.
Just do a quick run.
And let's just run around a whole bunch.
Okay.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare accordingly before we
I was like, I don't think it's a you know what. All right, so far all seems well. We'll see how it goes. High school left upstairs. So when you walked into the high school,
I just had like a good 7-second freeze there. That's what I normally get. For some reason,
the
some
hitch
of the maps,
when you load in,
that happens. Yeah. That's been going on forever.
No middle where the object spawned. Right, because they moved. So when you went up the stairs and you came back down, you didn't see the cursed object directly in front of you?
Did your boot streamer bot back up?
I did. It's running. Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay.
Does your game look darker? I don't think so. On a couple maps, it does feel darker. So here's the question then. Let's pretend that solves it and it's smooth like butter. What would be the next thing to check? What the hell?
We'll replace the cables going to your from your computer to your monitor with some high quality, high bandwidth cables that'll support that 165 hertz signal.
Okay.
And then if that doesn't work, we're gonna before you spend the money, I'll bring over one of my monitors that are newer, and then I know that work. With it, and then we'll plug that in, and we'll see if it does the thing.
I'm a little curious. One thing I've been really curious about. I have 3 monitors.
Right.
One of them is a 165 hertz monitor. The other 2 are 60.
No, that shouldn't be an issue. Your video card is smart enough to handle.
Okay.
And you got a 5080, sir. So
I know
you have enough processing to handle all 3.
She just knows all the things.
And it can handle the different frame rates.
Okay.
But we can test that too. Like I said, I've got multiple 165 hertz monitors, so we'll be able to test that before you invest.
I mean, I've had
in
these monitors
cause...
for freaking ages, man. I mean, I could upgrade them.
Right.
Upgrade them at some point, right?
Well, current gen 2K and 4K monitors, 165 hertz and greater, they're running about $500 a shot right now. You can find sales and you can find them at the 200 price point.
Right.
But you just we're making the investment because it's something you're not going to have to touch for 5 years.
Hey,
right?
stand where I am.
You
come over here.
Are halfway through the thing.
So, well, just like just stand over here. Yeah, right there. Okay, how do I sound right now?
Normal.
Normal? Okay, walk forward a little bit. Do I sound normal now?
Nope, you're echoing again.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yeah, normal.
Yep, and then all of a
Echoing.
sudden the echoing. Echo's gone, echo's here. Echo's gone, echo's here.
Wow.
Noticing all kinds of fun stuff.
You know what? It's the laser pointer.
Oh,
it's the laser pointer.
Oh,
see, that
so in the laser
it.
pointers, I see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense.
I fixed it.
All right, there we go. That's better. All right, let's go.
All right.
Hello? Oop, I noticed some hitching right there.
I was really up for the monkey paw so we can change this weather.
That would be nice.
Hey, I can see out there now.
Hey, Mr. Frame. Hi, Floyd. I'm noticing it here. Ooh, I just noticed it right there.
There's
So
Floyd.
I just noticed it. Like the hitching that was happening. I was like turning and all of a sudden I noticed it.
Okay. All right, we can leave then. It's still happening.
Yep.
That's interesting.
It's like, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad
That's
thing.
really interesting.
Yeah, and it's only in the game. That doesn't happen on my camera.
It just means that I've got to figure out what the next troubleshooting steps are. It's not anything that we were just talking about.
You're a smart man. You know the right stuff to test.
Yeah, we do the thing.
All right, good enough. We'll figure it out.
I mean, we already have GPUs. We already have the advanced monitoring. Everything's looking good there. We'll just keep trying to figure it out.
All right.
All right. I think it smelled. It very much smelled like an Onryo to me, sir.
I think it smelled like a spirit.
Oh.
Did we ever consider it a Phas problem?
You are, as you were.
I mean, it could be a Phas problem. I don't know though. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Wow, Pulte, that's cool. Great, wow.
Sick burn game. Sick burn,
bruh.
Jeez. All right, Mr. Flash. Thanks again for the games.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Have a good night. I'll see
Have
you
a
on your
good
stream
night.
tomorrow. Bye.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Point Hope is confusing. I'd suggest looking at a video.
Welcome back.
Wait, what?
Jobs ready for you.
Was someone asking about the was somebody asking about the cursed possessions? I don't think you were stuttering with funnel runners. I don't think I was either, but if it is Phas, I got to figure out what the hell it is about the game that's not cooperating with my setup. Yeah, I don't know. Let me turn back on a couple things I disabled though, so that way I don't screw things up. Meant to reply to somebody. No, you're okay. No worries. Totally fine, friend. Totally fine. I wish that I could enable like many things at once. I don't think you can. That's silly. Okay. All right. I'm probably going to enable something I'm not supposed to enable, but whatever. It's fine. Enable all the things, because if it's still happening, then I mean that tells me that the things I disabled weren't the problem. So get those back on. There we go. That's fine. And then let me go turn it back on under my channel point stuff. I know I cannot use VSync and Phas or it stutters for me. Do I have VSync on? I'll have to go, I'll go give that a gander in a second. Now I'm curious. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Yeah, many times. Many times we have. All right. Channel points, and I'll turn back on the I'm here. I still have the lights disabled. I'll turn them back on. I just don't have the light app on right now. Yeah, there we go. Let me see. Let's go to my options. Video. Is it Twitch? I was watching someone else earlier and they were super stuttery and glitchy. So the thing that I've noticed is if I just, and that's why like the troubleshooting steps I'm taking, if I just have Phas open and OBS open and I'm playing, it's fine. But when I'm streaming, when I'm actually streaming, that's when it's like the problem. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what the hell, I mean, I have VSync off anyway. Trying to figure out what it could possibly be that's doing it. I don't know. I have no clue. I'm pretty sure I've even restricted the frames for the game. So it's down to like 6. So it's not, so the frame rate doesn't go above like 165 or something, I think. This is Shoeshine. Hello, how are you? So, I don't know, man. Colt, thank you, friend. Hard to say. I don't know the answer. Lead scene, made the scene from scratch. It was some weird OBS shit with the scene that was causing huge stutters. Really? Really? So you had something that happened inside of your OBS. You had something happen inside of your OBS and your scene that was causing a problem. Now, what makes that so weird though? See, mine's not unplayable. No. It's just every now and then those stutters happen. But I go to my stats in OBS and the amount of frames that I've dropped or skipped have been basically none. So it's not like it's OBS, it's the game. That's the problem. Single player games, frame pacer is really good to run smoothly. Ooh, what's frame pacer? Not registered by OBS. I had the same. So it was something inside of your OBS that was doing it, but OBS wasn't registering it. Fucking weird, man. Mr. Rafa, how are you, sir? Weird. I'm not against trying to mess with stuff. I would love to be able to say like, ooh, I can see the problem in the scene. It's blah. It's this. Whatever it might be. I think what I need to do, I think my next step, I'm going to go through OBS and just clean up shop. Literally just clean it all, dude. I think that's the plan. That's what's next. Does it happen with just Phaz or with all games? It happens. I mean, we play a lot of Phaz, so I see it happen a lot in Phaz. I feel like I have seen stutters in other places, though. Is the display capture causing issues after the last OBS update? I think in the scene that I mainly play, I have a game capture. I don't think I have a display capture, do I? I kind of want to look at it now. I'm going to see. Hey, what up, King? What frame rate do I record at? Well, the frame rate that I use for my videos, the ones that are from my VODs are 60 frames. Like the ones that are from Twitch, because Twitch can't take more than 60 frames. 'Tis the max. Let me make sure. Let me go through this scene real quick. I'm literally going to open up every folder I have and just see. I've got a lot of random stuff in here, but it's nothing crazy. I wish I could get like deeper detailed stats from OBS that would give me a better look at like what it could possibly be. I do wish that I had that ability. So yeah, what I'll do, I'll go through maybe tomorrow or something like that. And then I'll start removing a lot of shit. Do a backup, delete all the scenes, make a new one. Should be good. Started for me, didn't stop until I deleted all the scenes and made them from scratch. Now, did you do a reinstall of OBS or was it the same OBS? Did I miss anything? Oh, we played games with Chingus. Yeah. First game I played on the new update was Tanglewood, and my video camera in the game wouldn't work. Hey, mine did the same OBS. Okay. Same OBS, but you literally just removed all of your scenes. Okay. I will see what I can do. I'll do some messing around. I'll back everything up and then I'll just literally put everything back and just remove everything that is not needed and see if that works. If that works, then freaking kudos to you. Good idea. I guess I was almost taking OBS out of the equation because it looked like it wasn't causing the problem. Now, again, if I have OBS open and I'm playing Phaz, it's fine. But if I'm streaming If I'm streaming, that's when it happens. That's when it happens. Actually, you know what? Before I go anywhere, hold on. Before I go anywhere, enable. Let's just for shits and kicks, we're gonna go to Tanglewood and just see what happens. That's why I stopped like 10 years ago. OBS stresses me out. We'll just see. I'm gonna go in here while everything is on and just see. We'll just walk around. If I start noticing a lot of big hitches, this doesn't count. That's the ghost room. Probably fine. Is it? Anything weird out there by chance? Hope that's not the yeah, that's the ghost room. It'll probably go back to normal if I touch the door. Seems fine. It's like Monsters Inc. Yeah, see, I notice why the lighting is like this now. Oh my god, look at my player. Look at this. Oh my god, the Tanglewood bullshit. All the reflective shit, like all the stuff off the windows in the car, that's why it looks like this. Oh, there it is. Look. Look at this. I don't know. I did nothing. I did literally nothing. Did you notice that? We were doing absolutely nothing. I randomly turned like this. I turned in here and then it did it. Still stuttering, yeah. My frames are capped. Oh, God. Yeah, my frames are capped. Rather noticeable. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'll just walk around a little bit more. Just some more tests. It's very glossy. Very glossy. What up, Flux? How's it going, man? Norm? I need my emotional support, Norm. There he is. I've noticed that I get stuck on objects more often lately. Yeah, I noticed that in some places too. We're just walking around. We're just doing some tests. Old Faz is better than the new one. I still like new. I still like new. It's just the little things here or there. Again, with this, I'm just trying to figure out if it's a me problem or an OBS or a Faz problem. I want to go outside. Go to output and settings and tell me what the encoder you have. And the encoder settings, what CPU. So if you do ! specs, that'll tell you what my computer is. As for my output, are you looking for like my actual encoder settings? Rate control, constant bit rate. Constant bit rate, 6K, 2-second keyframe interval, preset, slow, good quality, tuning, high quality, multi-pass mode, 2-pass, profile set to high. Yeah. And the video encoder is times 264 up top. Yeah, it's the NVIDIA NVENC H.264. Yep. I think I noticed too, it looks like the look ahead might be checked, which I don't use. Or maybe I do use. Future frames at the cost of increased GPU utilization and latency. Wonder if people have been having problems with that. What type of games? Troubleshoot. It's the tail end of stream. It's past midnight at this point. We're just messing around. It just threw Norm. You mean it's still stuttering? Yeah, I'm still having it. Yep. Still trying to figure out what's causing it. I tell you what. I am on YouTube right now too. I'm gonna go ahead and end it on YouTube and we're gonna see what happens. Okay? Just to see. I got Norm to speak to me for the first time. Nice. Can you still loop by going back and forth on Woodwind? No, I don't think so. I think they fixed that. Let's pause this. No, I think that's been fixed. Norman. Talk to the ghost. Norma. Why is his name Norm? Because he's a gnome. Norm the gnome. Yeah. Has to be scene settings. I'm telling you, they've vibe coded some shit. This update, OBS is not playing nicely with wrong settings for specific GPU CPU combos. Okay, dude, I'll give it a whirl. I mean, why not? What's it gonna hurt? I'll just make sure to save all my settings and then delete scenes and start re-adding back and then go from there. It's worth it, man. Why not? It's a good name for a gnome. Yeah, Norm. Make Norm speak. Go. Okay, twins. Jeez, it literally just touched 2 doors at the exact same time. Gotta get back to work. See, Absorbent. Have a good one. It touched that door and that door at the same time. Also, side note. Who the hell is hanging a towel over here? Yeah, you are. Shit, sorry. God damn. Just be so sensitive about it. Sounds a little slow. He's so shiny. Not even sprinting. I was literally just fast walking the whole time. Norm! Oh, look at that. Look right there. Holy shit. No, turn it back on. I did nothing. Nothing happened in game. No, turn it back on. I said turn it back on. Asshole. You know what? Taking your pine cone. You deserve this. That's our pine cone now. All right. So that's what I'll do. I'm definitely going to mess with settings. Why does the garage look like it has a film on it or something? You know, it's something that we've noticed in the past couple days, the past day or two, actually. It looks like they did something with the reflections. One way to really notice this, I'll show you real fast. Give me a sec.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Those are recommended for your combo. I'll copy and paste them. I'll save them. Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. All right. I noted it down. Thank you. I appreciate it. One way to really notice this change that's happened is at Willow Street. Thank you. Yeah. Let me go to Willow Street. Let me go. I'm literally just going to go right in the front room. Oh, wait. I forgot where I was for a second. Is it more noticeable? Hold on. No, there we go. I need to have those lights off. So what we did not have before, but we do have now, are these reflections that they have brought back to the windows. And I think what happened was when they did this, something has happened to the lighting in the rooms that have windows. Like, that's why we've been having weird glowy, like, gold reflective areas that have been crazy looking. I'm trying to think which one. Y'all need to stop. Did you hear that cat? It's so worried. I'm trying to think where I really noticed it. Wait, was it the Tanglewood bathroom that we noticed it? Shit, it might have been Tanglewood. Watched a video of you and Doc doing the Arnold Schwarzenegger impressions today. It was crazy funny. Yeah, it's interesting. The mirror in Tanglewood. Oh yeah, okay. Let me go there. Let me go back there then. That and Ridge. It was really, really noticeable, I think, in Tanglewood. Cheebs, I think my PC's falling apart, man. It's not. There's like OBS crap that's happening and we're trying to figure out what the hell it is. I don't even know. Mr. Cheebs, thank you for the 55 months, dude. Thank you for the sub. Oh my God. Reflection glitch? Yeah, but like, oh look, it's not even happening here. What the fuck? So what happens is, or the glitch that we were getting was, this was like this. You know what? I have an idea. I have a thought. What happens if I do this? Okay, that did not cause the issue. Yeah, we had it bugged out where the room was lit. Are you kidding me? The room was lit by the reflection of the mirror. Again, we are like testing where the ghost is. Like, oh, there was a stutter. You won't touch the toilet seat. You won't do it. Chiba said touch the toilet. Oh, look, Chief, they got a rug. No lights were on. No. Nope. All the reflection, all the like weird reflective stuff that was happening in this room was because of this mirror. Touch it. You won't do it. I'm gonna take your toilet paper. Never mind. No, I'm not. You won't open it all the way. the hell? What am I booping? Why am I booping this? Wait. Am I supposed to be able to boop this? Oh, because the power's not... Duh. There we go. I was like, oh, forgot. Yeah, the power. Oh, yeah. Why does the power being on have anything to do with the shower head? I don't know. Because the sink I'm able to turn on without the power. But, like, look at this, like, the box. That's crazy looking. Sent the link from the recent post to the OBS devs about the exact issue you have. So maybe if the settings won't help, then this will. Ooh, thank you. I appreciate you looking at the, looking into it, though. I do, because I had no clue what to do, man. Ghost, shut up. We are so busy. But yeah, I've saved the messages. Yeah, stream lagging even when OBS shows no dropped frames. Because it's not my camera. My camera is perfectly fine. No problem at all. Water probably doesn't turn on a generator connected to the house with the well water. I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm like. I don't know. Our job here is done. What the fuck? I gotta clog the toilet. Because they deserve it. Still deserve it. Alright. That's enough. That's enough. The only ghost that'll mess with a toilet is a revenant. That's for sure. Ghost's gonna clog my toilet, right? Oh, it's an awesome.
Ready for you.
Okay. That is gonna be enough for the day, friends. Let us go find a friendo. Let's get out of here. But thank you guys for being here. If you're not in the Discord already, the Discord link is in chat. Definitely come hang out. Rest of the socials are there as well. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you for sticking, and thank you for also sticking around whenever there's like troubleshooting happening. Because some of the stuff I literally can't test unless I'm live, which sucks. Because I would love to be able to mess with this off stream and not have to deal with it. But I appreciate the patience always. You guys are freaking awesome, man. Appreciate you, friends. Thank you. Troubleshooting's fun. Yeah. Jenny, good night, friend. All right, let us see. Mute there. I got to figure out when we're going to do, I got to figure out when we're going to keep playing that sausage game. I don't know when. Got to figure it out. You know. Good night, Phoenix. Appreciate you. So many streams this week for my work week. Starts tomorrow. Hey, let's go. Hell yeah, Birdito. Wednesday, I could. Do I ever play Peak on stream? Yeah, I just did. Not that long ago. Always time for sausage. Mr. Cheeps, how far did you get? Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. We got to play some Grain Rot, too. Damn, dude. I got just past the stairs. Yeah, F those stairs. F those stairs. Those stairs suck. Loving it. Oh, thank you, Cole. Good night, Kyrie. Got to call it Weenie Wednesday. All right. Well, I won't be wearing the wiener costume. So many good games. I would like to finish that game though. The weird sausage game thing. I would like to finish it. We got pretty far in a single stream. I'd say not bad. Got past a couple, I'd say, pretty difficult ones. It is strangely addictive. It is. I stuck to the same level for like an hour. Did Vin tell you that if you, him, and Glay ever finish the game, that he'll make jambalaya? Wait, what? He's going to make them jambalaya if they finish the game. If they finish the sausage game? Is that what we're talking about? All right, I'm going through my list. My list of peeps. Oh, for the jambalaya boys. Oh, yeah. What's he going to do? Send it to him? Jambalaya sausage? I think every time we've ever made jambalaya, it's been sausage. All right. Let's see. Bum, 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 bum. All right, let's go over here. They have been streaming for a minute. I'm not following them and they're playing Phas. So we're going to go visit a new friend. Let's go visit a new friend. All right. If you are a follower, that message is for you. If you are a creepy tier, sub, that's for you. Creepy tier 3, that is for you. Thank you guys so much. I promise I will do a wheel spin on Wednesday when we start the stream. We'll start with literally a spin. Mail it. I'm sure it'll be fine. Some nice week to 2 week old jambalaya. Delish. But thank you guys so much. As always, thank you guys for all the love. You guys are great. Thank you for the follows and the biddies and the subs and the raids. You guys are awesome. Thank you for sticking around. On Wednesday, I think we're just going to keep trucking and we're just going to play the sausage game again. I think we have to. But all right, friends, thank you guys so much. I love you all. I will see you on Wednesday for more fun and shenanigans. Bye. The music like cut out so fast. I was like, what the hell just happened? I think I pressed a button wrong. Anyway, besides the point. Bye, friends.